Yo guys, and welcome back to another AC3 stream. We're gonna be continuing today with the in-depth story playthrough. And yeah, we are currently in sequence 7, I think, out of 12. So definitely getting towards the second half of the game. And yeah, doing some solid progress with the sides content as well. Yesterday we recruited all the assassins in Boston. So yeah, today I want to kind of spend time, doing Homestead, kind of leveling up the assassins, catching up on all the side content in Frontier and Boston, and then eventually also do some main story as well. But yeah, let me just go ahead quickly and increase the volume here, because it's a bit quiet. There we go. And yeah, back into the in-depth story. Currently 35% for the game. Okay, how about we start by sending our assassins on missions, like each individually. Swerve Rhode Island. Dangerous letters. After difficulties with the French fleet during the Battle of Rhode Island, General Sullivan has sent a scathing letter to Boston reporting on the French involvement, or lack thereof. Catch up with Admiral Charles Hector Comte d'Estaing and convinced to turn to the bigger men. The Patriots can't afford to lose the support of France. Then we have South Carolina. Hey there, Kumar. Welcome, dude. Valuable information. Emily Geiger has information on the Templar movements in the Carolinas, although she does not know it. She means to carry the intelligence to a Patriot camp. Help her succeed in her mission. It is vital the Templars do not catch her. If it's for you. Then we have Augusta in Georgia. A man by the name of Brown must be captured and questioned. He is currently garrisoned within the fort of Augusta. The Patriot cannon have been unable to fire over the battlements. Decipher a way to expose the fort and take Brown prisoner. Hey Verod, welcome mate, and thank you so much for the raid, dude. How's it going, everybody? Welcome raiders. Hey Vitalian. And how's it going, dude? I hope you had a good stream today.
Where is Charles Lee?
Yeah, where's Charles Lee? I'm asking my question, that question myself as well. Maybe these guys know? Well, they didn't. Ah, that's excellent, Rod. Glad to hear that you're doing good with the hunting achievements and checklists. Because, yeah, that can be so tricky to kind of like find, you know, the legendary or like perfect condition pelts, I guess. But yeah, it's going good. We just started like 5 minutes ago. So, we still have the start of today's stream, but I'm very much looking forward to you know, training the Brotherhood, doing more homestead missions, and also hopefully find Charles Lee eventually. So yeah, it's gonna be a good time, hopefully. And hey Vermona, welcome mate. Yeah, I kind of clubbed to the radio lover. It was just as good as, you know, really good EDM music. At least that's how it clapped in, you know, Connor's time. Okay, so Stefan was successful. Let's go back to Georgia. And there we have evacuation of Savannah. The British still control Savannah, sail for the city and convince Sir Guy Carleton to evacuate the troops and any deserters. Carleton must not die. A+ AI right there. want some money. There you go. Right, what can we do next? We have a delivery. However, these don't actually add any stories, so I'm not gonna do them, I don't think. We have another almanac page. Let's go down there. Okay, so we have a special delivery. A secret shipment of black powder is arriving in Newport for the assassins. Feed the sheep of a pier and escort the goods back to our magazine. Yeah, let's also go ahead and check off the database. We do have these almanac pages, but I'm not gonna read them, I don't think. They're more like historical source material than, you know, deeply connected to the story, I guess. However, we're gonna read about Clipper. Clipper Wilkins is a hunter and surveyor from Virginia. Actually, surveying and hunting are the family business. His father and brothers are surveyors and crack shots as well, making the market in his small hometown somewhat oversaturated. Hell, making the market in his house somewhat oversaturated. Wilkins moved to New York looking for work, unfortunately arriving just in time for the opening events of the Revolution. He remained neutral for the first part of the war, but after seeing the cruelty of Redcoat's actions in Boston, he started leaning towards the rebel side, putting himself at odds with the rest of the family, or loyalists. It seems Connor has a talent for attracting friends with family troubles. Yeah, ain't that the truth? Okay, Stefan was successful. Let's go here. We still have to do this valuable information mission. Because Clipper failed doing that. like I can just like kill tons of guards, and then you pay like, you know, one bribe and you're basically incognito again. How to get away with mass murder in Assassin's Creed. Yeah, everything is permitted, right? Literally. Okay, let's get this courier mission, and then I'm gonna come back to the Almanac page again.
Mechanical forging of all dimensions and specifications. Try to be
Yeah, we don't actually have too much left in Boston. Just a couple Almanac pages, Frontiersman, Eglek, but almost done. At least currently. There's definitely gonna be like homestead missions and I think another brawler mission and stuff like that, but other than that, pretty much done. So we can try Briar Creek. Samuel Albert is suspected of having turned to the Templars. Catch up to his force under John Ash's command and remove Albert from the equation in whatever manners that you see fit. Blade pass target equals to assassination complete. That is the true equation. Okay, both these guys have been successful. Back to Rhode Island. We have not much to fight about. The people of Rhode Island are unified in their desire to separate from the mother country, ride to Newport and try to discern what makes it work there. Then we have the Swamp Fox. Francis Marion, better known as the Swamp Fox, must be stopped. His tactics are questionable and motives unclear. Venture to the South Carolina marshland and stop him in any way that you can. Investigate the source of a UFO. Okay. So this is basically what people seen, you know, falling down from the sky. It looked like it was outerworldly, I guess. So something alien-like. Ah, you kidding me? And I just fell down. Okay. So, yeah, it's just an umbrella. The UFO. Connor? This image sky is the talk of Boston. However, my investigation revealed that the source is most certainly of this earth. Nothing more than an umbrella reflecting moonlight among the trees, coupled with imagination and gossip. Yeah, they got through big time. Kind of one of the things I like about AC3 is kind of like how it debunks a lot of the, you know, myths and like tales instead of like confirming it. You know, it's definitely a good idea, I feel. Kind of make the world feel more realistic, I guess. Also, have the mice. Welcome, mate. Right, so I think that should be all the like pages in New York, I think. Okay, so we have 56%. Not sure if that's all of them in Boston, but I think it should be because we have bought the map. Kind of showcase all the locations of the collector boats. So, yeah. I think we have it in Boston. Last time you collected them, you loathed reading them out. Same here, Rod. I didn't enjoy reading that much, to be honest. And yeah, I decided for this playthrough to kind of view it as like historical source material instead of like actually being that tied to the story. Like, even though Benjamin Franklin is the character, right, in the game, he's not that important to the overall plot, I guess. So yeah, I decided not to going to read all of that for that reason. But yeah, I think we are done in Boston with like side stuff. Let's go back to the homestead. And what there? Yeah, he was Mona. He was quite the ladies' man, apparently. Oh, nice, we got a couple homestead missions available. Excellent. Let's go ahead and check the economy. Yeah, true that, Rod. Okay, so we can buy cow hide. Sure. Pork. Poultry meat. Vegetables. Then we can buy some forest materials like hickory lumber. Maple lumber. Oak bark. Oak lumber. Pine lumber. Rosewood lumber. Spruce lumber. And walnut. Then we can buy some beaver pelts. Like, those are really good actually. They sell the best currently, I think. Also get some meat. Then we can get copper, rock salt, and yeah, that's it. So what can we craft? The Kato sword and the Stonehead war club, sure. Then we could craft disinfectant with apples, apparently. Right, Mona. Yeah, let's make some deer jerky and jagged hair. That's everything we can currently make. It's time to trade. Definitely gonna trade the beaver pelts, for sure. Then we could trade, let's see, disinfectant. It doesn't sell that good actually. How about jacket hair? Yeah, that's better. Let's sell some ship mass. There we go.
Okona, do you have a moment?
Ah, this one. This quest always reminds me of that Witcher quest, where you have to take care that the pigs actually go inside the territory, I guess.
Could I trouble you for a moment, Kona?
Pig herder.
What is it, Prudence?
I feel silly bothering you with this, but Warren's taken a yield to market in Boston. Could you round up the livestock for me? I've tried, but this baby in my belly takes the wind out of me.
Of course. I will see to it. Hip! Hip! This way! Not there. Faster than they look.
Ah, really, Rod? That's interesting. Maybe his enemies have
I do for this place.
maybe you know, his enemies figured out that he's a boarhead. Did they give like any reason why he will have hair?
Come on, get in the pen.
Pig. You're supposed to go back in here.
Thank you, Kona. I could never have managed that.
It was my pleasure. Are you well?
I am, and I couldn't be happier. Warren and I have been waiting a long time for this. And if truth be told, we could not dream of a better place to raise our family.
Yeah, no worries, Mona. You have a good day as well. Thank you for stopping by. And yeah, until next time, dude. The Prudence is voiced by the voice actor who voices Violet DaCosta. Ah, interesting. She voices Jan in Liberation, and Barry's in Origins in Valhalla, as well as Freedom Cry. Interesting. I definitely can see Violet DaCosta with her voice actress, though kind of weird making that connection, you know, given that the characters are so different. Yeah, that's cool. That she has like multiple roads. There's no explanation why they're giving him hair. Huh. I mean, that's a bit of an odd choice, right? If you go ahead and change something that's kind of like part of the character, I guess, or of recognizing the character, and then don't give like an explanation why you make the change.
Ja, man.
She hated them!
Norris tries again. And yeah, she hated the flowers.
Not the right gift. Bad news! She did not like the flowers. She tossed them aside.
But Prudence was certain.
I knew Miriam was not the type for flowers.
I will uncover this mystery myself, Norris.
All right, but please don't let her see you. She will think I'm bizarre.
Everyone knows you're bizarre. Right. Which reminds me of the song How Bizarre. Yeah, it's not bizarre whatsoever, Rod. It's totally normal thing to do. Oseve Levy, welcome. Yeah, I'm doing good, Levy. Thank you for asking. What about you? How are you doing today? Fairly well. That's good to hear. I had a look at your photo that you sent me with the puzzle, and damn, like, you got really, really far. It looks pretty much complete at this point. Minus the one part of the puzzle. Batman is hard to put together. Yeah, that's fair. Kinda must suck. Like, you're a hunter, but you can't actually cut the meat.
She might appreciate a new knife. That blade has seen its prime.
But yeah, that's something I really appreciate about the Norris and like basically the romance between the two. That Miriam is not, you know, kind of like the stereotypical girl or something, you know. That she would appreciate a knife over flowers because it's of, like, of use to her, I guess. You know, and she's also, I guess you could argue, she's kind of like the strong in the relationship, potentially. Like, if somebody would need to be protected, it would be Norris, you know. Not Miriam. I would also rather take a knife than flowers, Levy. Yeah, true, Levy.
Norris, I looked around her camp and it seems she needs a new hunting knife. The one she is using has seen better days.
Oh, oui. That seems more right for her. I'll think on it. Merci.
Yeah, he's such a tool.
Norris, how is the mine? Is there anything worth your time down there?
Most definitely. Copper, Connor. And a healthy amount of it.
Excellent. I am glad. I've been meaning to ask, is Norris a common French name?
My real name is not Norris. It's Maurice.
But you told me...
I did. When I arrived in Boston, people started calling me Norris. And I got tired of correcting them all the time. Just before we met, I had been talking with that lady at the pub. She said she liked my name, Norris. I decided to stick with it.
Would you prefer I called you by your real name?
Nah. Everybody here knows me as Norris, Miriam included. Names can change, but people stay the same. Isn't that right? Connor?
Very true.
It's kind of cool how Connor didn't even realize, you know, that it also kind of is affecting him, what he just asked, you know. Given that he changed his name from Baton-Arkedon to Connor, or at least, you know, to the colonists. Okay, so we actually do have another conversation up there.
Dr. White called upon us earlier. A very unexpected surprise. One that has put both Prudence and I at ease.
The village is growing, and a healer's services will benefit all.
Indeed. It's hard to explain how I am feeling right now. My wife is resting healthy and safe, full with child in our warm home. The community is kind and attentive, and the land is rich. It was not long ago that such a life was only a dream for us, Connor.
All people deserve to feel safe and free.
Hopefully a day will come when all men of the colony should share your perspective. But it will be a long, hard road. That much is certain.
Another case of, if you just listen to this dialogue, you know, how can you kind of hate on Connor? You know, as a character. Basically says, you know, all men, all people, I guess, deserve to be safe and free. You know, what's to dislike about that? Yeah, exactly, Rod, you know. It's, yeah. Very telling about Connor as a character, you know. Yeah, anyways, let's go to the frontier and check if we have any dialogue in the village where Connor grew up, or rather Baton-Arkedon. And yeah, we do. Can talk to Doton.
Yung weza ne agunga jada deka.
Unde uyenanda nega ti jetia ja dujes.
Nyarde.
Ay, rekti za ni gun hare.
Oh na yawa ne toga don tunne. Oh na yawa ne toga za ezuradi. Toga don sada tunge. Za ne ya yung goda do ina daunge. Giga na hoda ne yung ni gun harha.
Tossa zahterum. I anke ta ni gun ra ne unjun kweta suma.
Next ya the ngayeri ke ko. Ang zo dansera. What say kun dat zitini taro?
You know what? I just now thought the canon Doton might be voiced by a voice actor for Machiavelli, but I'm not sure about that whatsoever. I was just wondering if that might be the case. Kind of had like a similar type of voice, I guess. But because of course, you know, this being like the Mohawk language, it would be very tricky to kind of like make that out. Damn, look at this. Jesus, there's a lot of feathers. Oh. How about we go up here and do one of the hunting society missions? Actually, I think I would rather go down there. We can fast travel here, then we can pick up this stuff, do Frontiersman mission, and yeah. Let's do that actually. Wait, I can't port there? I thought we could. I can fast travel to this fort, but not this one. Why is that? Okay, whatever. I'll just go up here. I just checked an actor named Akira Deka Martin voices Kanen Togon. Ah, I see. Well, thank you for checking that, Rod. Yeah, would have been very interesting if Machiavelli's voice actor, you know, would have done that role as well. But yeah, that's interesting. I really like how Frontier totally changes once you get to Black Creek. Like, the types of trees you encounter, but also how everything is a lot mossier. And it's a bit more spread out, like the position of the trees and stuff. Not as dense as other parts of the Frontier. Gives it a bit more variety, like environment-wise. You also hear like different types of animals now, like the frogs, for instance. The man-eater.
Some folks were fixing to settle on a plot not far from here. Seems a big black bear with a taste for human blood settled there first. Bring the beast down and some good people would be grateful.
Yeah, it's actually down there. So how about we actually stay up here a little bit and collect some of the collectibles. Kinda wanna get all the feathers because it unlocks one of the outfits, and I wanna have as many outfit options for you guys to redeem as possible. At these outfits that I kind of, you know, would like to have enabled as well. And the outfit that you get out of collecting all the feathers is definitely one of them. Because it's the outfit that Connor wears as a teenager. Kind of like the native outfit. A vampire bear. Beware the vampire bear. Save Mola. Welcome, mate. It's going good, thank you. Yeah, having a good day so far. How's it going for you? Having a good day? Or morning, rather? Okay, we're fighting. Can I counter? Can counter? Oh, I can. Tired as fuck, Mona. Ah, sorry to hear, dude. I hope that it's not gonna be too bad. Hopefully, like coffee or something like that can help you. Ah, that's fair, Levy. Did you stop for any particular reason? You just forgot. That's fair. Who plays, you know, it's easy to forget about some things that you used to do, I guess. There's still a couple of things I want to collect in this part of the map. Let's go down. Yeah, that's right, Rod. I've seen that roadmap as well. What do you think about it? Do you think it's like a good timetable? Or did you want the DLC to release earlier? To me, it doesn't matter that much because I haven't gotten the season pass yet. And I probably won't get it until all of the content has been released and kind of like reviewed. But yeah, definitely intrigued to see how the Aiden Pierce and French campaign turns out. And also like the, you know, AC crossover event with Watch Dogs. Like, I think it's more like a what-if scenario, but it would be interesting to see, you know, kind of like a futuristic dystopian take on the Brotherhood, I guess. But I guess it's not actually canon or something like this. Would have liked Aiden and French first, but the timing is good anyway because you plan out your Watch Dogs playthroughs easily now. Oh, that's fair, yeah. Definitely good to know how you can like expect or when to expect the DLC, I guess. Let's go up here. But yeah, I'm curious to see how the Aiden and Wrench DLC turns out, you know. The way I understood the developers, they kind of want to tell the same story that the main story was, just from the perspective of either character. But, I mean, you know, they definitely have to switch it up more than just, you know, doing the voice acting, I guess. They should really bring in, like, personal dialogue lines that either character, you know, would be known for, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. Not really sure how to expect the DLC to turn out, to be honest. I hope it's not just, you know, a reskin of the main story. Because it's kind of how it sounded like to me, but I'm not sure. Okay, story expansion. Yeah, then we definitely have to add new stuff to it, I guess. But yeah, cool to see like first gameplay, I guess. Okay, how to get up there? Oh, never mind. We have an entrance here. I guess that should give us a trinket. It does it. But it's not here. It's like above us, I guess. There we go.
Yama.
Yama. So Yama is actually the Mohawk language for thank you. So every time, you know, Connor takes, you know, like the powder, the meat of like an animal, he kind of gives thanks to nature, I guess, you know, for providing it to him. But also to kind of like give respect to the, you know, animal that gave its life. Yeah, so I actually did write down everything that I think is like story stuff in the game. Might be that I discover something that I forgot about and will add it to the command. But yeah, that's like roughly everything I want to do. Also, Jesus Christ, but why is it so dark? Can't see anything. What the heck? Where am I? Okay. I have no idea where I can go. It's just completely dark. I did notice like a couple darkness or brightness bugs, I guess, happening in the frontier. But that's the next level. Like I can't see anything. Kinda annoying. Yeah, it's gonna be... I mean, it's almost completionist, I guess. You know, minus like deliveries and I guess locating all the hunting animals and stuff like this. But yeah, it's pretty much almost completionist, I guess. I guess a big thing that I won't be doing that is part of completionist would be like full sync missions. I actually don't force myself to do that, even though I try to go for it every time. But yeah, it's not like a requirement of a playthrough or anything. Lost spamming that when running.
Hi at everyone.
Yeah, me too, Rod. It's so fun just doing these, animations with the weapons for running. And hey Verdon, welcome mate. And thank you for the 10 bits, dude. I hope you're doing well.
Yama.
Yama. Oh shit. Ah, there's actually a convoy we can attack ourselves. Okay, that's cool. Definitely wanna do that. You want some? One thing that I think AC3 really nails is kind of like, the weather and day and time. Like Black Creek during, kind of like dusk with, rain is so different to like daytime and sun. But then also you have, of course, the seasons like winter and summer. Potentially having snow in this region as well. I kind of wish we would get back to having a weather system, that is kind of like changing according to where you are in the story. Kind of like how Valhalla does it, having like a lot of variety. But it's more like split on the region rather than, on the time. So no matter where you are in the story, the north will always be snowy. And the south will always be, I guess, kind of like, spring to summer time, I guess. But yeah, it would be cool to kind of have it be like more dynamic, I guess. I guess if we did it. Hold on. I actually just missed this. Hey Veroni, welcome mate. And good morning to you. Cheers, Ronnie. Okay, so that's all the feathers and pretty much all the collected boats in Black Creek, I think. Also unlocked all the animals as well. That's cool. Okay, we could also do brawler mission. I kind of want to do some like main story stuff, I guess, or main side content stuff rather. So yeah, kind of like these missions. Let's go down here. We finished Valhalla yesterday. Very nice. How did you like the ending without like spoiling it? But yeah, were you like satisfied with the way they ended it? Yeah, definitely a lot of cutscenes towards the ending, which personally I love because, you know, I could just watch 2 hours of cutscenes in AC and be totally fine with it. And I really miss cutscenes in Odyssey a lot at times. So to me that was really, really good to have. But yeah, I can also see, you know, how you kind of want to be like more, like engage more, I guess, with the ending. Better than Syndicate? I mean, way better than Syndicate. And fights I didn't feel like they mattered. I don't know. I mean, I think I can see what you mean, yeah. But to me it didn't feel that much like it didn't matter or something. I guess I kind of expected it to be more spectacular, but you know, given what happens to some of the people, definitely felt like, you know, it kind of mattered, I guess. You never a friend of cutscenes, Levy? Why is that? Cutscenes are like one of the best things about the AC games to me. But yeah, why are you not a friend of cutscenes, Levy? Yeah, 100% always boring in every game? Okay, I mean, that's a personal opinion, but I have to disagree with that. You know, often I feel like it's basically like the chance to do something that you couldn't do in game, right? Because of like animation limitations and all that. So to me, it's kind of like a way to kind of like make certain, you know, scenes just work because of the cutscenes, I guess, better. For example, if I imagine the dialogue between Basim and Eivor at the bonfire, and they would have just talked like in game, it would have not been nearly as powerful because you can't see, like, for example, the way the eyes move, right? Or the way they react, like with the facial cues. Like you wouldn't see that in game, but in a cutscene, you know, that is possible. So to me, you know, that makes it like so much more better, being able to kind of like have dedicated cutscenes that just enable something that the game can't. Yes. Yeah, I just try to understand, I guess, why you think they're, I guess, boring, like every time. Because, you know, there's like also like so many different types of cutscenes, right? Like not everyone is like the same, I guess. But in the end, you know, they're just like a movie, I guess, in a way. Like the movie scenes, especially, essentially, I guess. I think I know what you mean, Ronnie. To be honest, I think that was fantastic that they did that. I can't really go into detail because spoilers. But I thought in the context of how that happened, it made a lot of sense that those fights kind of, you know, seemed like they didn't matter. I feel like that was intentional, you know. Ouch. Aussie? Away. yeah, it definitely was different, for sure.
Ja, man.
Every time I press Y, right, to like do this combo, I call my horse. Here, horsey, go away. Do appreciate a good cutscene. It's not like you don't care for the effort. You can just never get into it. That's interesting, right? Like how different that can be. Like to me, those are kind of like the scenes that get me like the most invested sometimes. But yeah, like if I be honest, like it's kind of a thing that made me want to replay AC2 over and over and over when I got it first. Because to me it felt like, you know, an interactive movie in a lot of ways, because of the sheer amount of like cutscenes mixed with like gameplay. I kind of liked it wasn't entirely, you know, gameplay, and was like, I mean, that's also the intention of the creators of Assassin's Creed as well. They really wanted to make it feel like cinematic experience, I guess, you know. And yeah, that's like totally what got me into the series, I guess, in a way. So to me, like kind of like hearing, you know, that somebody doesn't enjoy cutscenes as much, it's kind of like surprising. But that's also because I'm just so biased towards liking cutscenes, I guess, you know, because I totally fell in love with it. But it's totally fair, you know, that you don't feel like that, Levi. It just, yeah, something I haven't heard that often before, I guess. You know, that somebody doesn't really find cutscenes like boring, I guess. And yeah, that's fair done. I feel it's good to kind of have the option to skip cutscenes, you know. In that case, you can have people who want the cutscenes to just, you know, play them, and those who doesn't or want to do like speedruns, whatever, you know, they can skip them. But yeah. Yeah, Rod, like the bears just keep spawning and spawning. I feel like I'm fighting like so many at the same time. Yeah, that horse should definitely go to safety. Otherwise it's gonna get hit by the blade. I mean, it's totally fair, Levi. You know, I mean, if you don't find them that interesting, then that's the case. Not really something you can do about it. Or, you know, you should do something about it. It's like, you have preferences, and, you know, some people enjoy gameplay more, some people enjoy cutscenes more, or they like both. Completely understandable. Death Stranding without cutscenes. I mean, I haven't played that game yet, but that game seems to be like, most of the time, cutscenes purely, right? In typical Kojima fashion. Yeah, that's fair, Levi. Definitely good to have them for first playthrough. Get like caught up on what's happening. Yeah, I agree, Rod. That definitely is a pain. I think it's always good to kind of give like choice, you know, to the player, at least in the sense of a game or franchise. Not necessarily like in dialogues in AC, but you know, like having the choice to skip cutscenes should definitely be like a staple in games, I guess. Except if it's like, you know, an ultra important cutscene that you don't want the players to accidentally skip, I guess. But yeah. You lost Syndicate solely because the gameplay is just really satisfying to you. Yeah, that's fair, Levy. I mean, I would say the gameplay at times is definitely more satisfying than Unity, like the whole gameplay loop, I guess, of like doing the conquest and the different activities and stuff. So I can definitely see what you mean about that. Definitely is kind of like, yeah, a fun game to just go into and spend some time, not really worrying too much about the story or lore that much, I guess. The gameplay itself just works. Yeah, that would be kind of interesting, to have that option, and kind of like, and get another option to kind of like change certain things about the game if it is your replay. Like for example, check skip all cutscenes, you know, automatically. Death Stranding has one 31-minute cutscene every first 2 hours of the game. About 25 minutes is gameplay time. Damn. That sounds like Kojima. I still remember Morrow playing Metal Gear Solid. And I think he had like a 2-hour cutscene or something. Or like 2 hours of cutscenes. I don't know. Was like watching a movie together. This. Now there's an action movie happening in Metal Gear Solid. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't surprise me, you know, given... I mean, didn't Kojima actually like study movies or something before he went into gaming? I'm not sure. But definitely a big fan of movies and like cinematic cutscenes. No worries, Ronnie. You have a good time with hunting down the other members. Okay, how about we lure the body next to the grass? I'm not sure if you can actually do a stealth attack against the bear. But this could maybe do it. Come closer. Okay, the bear didn't come closer. Maybe he reacts to like a whistle? Doesn't. What? Bear just disappeared? You kidding me? Like, I was literally waiting to like stealth kill the bear or do something, then just like pause away. Wow, so much of that. It was. Be like headbanging. What's even happening? Well, I guess that was kind of like a waste. We can't do this quest now. Yeah, that's understandable, Rod. They really seem to have screwed it up with, you know, relationship to Kojima in some of their franchises, I guess.
Citizen!
Citizen? Ava Blood Moon? So yeah, the Philly outfit actually isn't available yet. If you type in !outfits, it will basically give you all available current outfits. But we haven't unlocked Philly, New York, or another one yet. Not sure about the third one. But a couple outfits aren't available just now. But yeah, feel free to, like, you know, type in !outfits. And then you can choose another one.
Yeah, man.
You thought one of the dudes was growling like a bear. Imagine that, though. Let's go, Captain. Alright, we can do that. Let me just collect this feather here. Have the next one. And then I'm gonna go ahead and change your outfit.
Yama.
Yama. Okay, so we're gonna go and find a shop. Yeah, let's just go to Boston. Kind of was finished in Frontier for now as well. I want to do like all the side activities currently. But yeah, let's go up there. And then we're gonna change your outfit. But yeah, it's going good, Blood Moon. Thank you. Definitely having a good stream so far. That's good. I'm glad it's helping.
What can I do for you?
Right, so we're gonna go to outfits. Then we have Captain of the Aquila uniform. Outfit worn by Connor Kenway during the naval missions on board of the Aquila. So we're gonna use that for the next hour. And then somebody else, or, you know, Blood Moon can again redeem an outfit. That's his captain outfit on his own ship. Kinda funny using that in like the open world. Looking a bit more like Kenway now. Right, I guess it's time for main story. Yeah, true vet rot. Definitely agreed. Even doesn't know anything about naval, or at least very little. Let's go ahead and stock up on some ammunition. Yeah, he's like a huge backseat captain. Yeah. That sequence I really dislike, hate him a lot.
Ah, Connor! What a relief! You came! Allow me to introduce you to William Dawes and Robert Newman.
Your letter said John Pitcairn was here.
Aye. He's readying an assault on Lexington, where Adams and Hancock have taken shelter. After that, he will march on Concord, hoping to destroy our weapons and supplies. You must help us.
Only tell me where to find him, and I will put a stop to this.
He has dozens, if not hundreds, of soldiers at his command. You cannot hope to match him by yourself. But fear not, for you will not have to. We have an entire army of our own, merely awaiting the order to take up arms.
Then you must call upon them.
Indeed. You and I will cross the Charles River and rouse the boys. William, I need you to take the overland route and do the same. Robert, I need you up in Christchurch. Light the signal. 2 lanterns, our enemy comes by sea. No time for dawdling, my friend. We have lives to save. Come on.
Yeah, I would be annoyed as well if Porover was like touching me every, second. A lot of people say Connor's like kind of rude, but
They've only left a single horse. We'll have to ride together.
I think it's more the other way around.
You take the reins, I'll navigate. Quickly, Connor, get on the horse!
Yeah, get on the horse, Connor. It's not like, he has to pull the boat, up there.
I'll guide you towards those we need.
Like seriously, I don't like Porover that much. You feel that, Levy? Yeah, same. Who wants to be touched the entire time? Yeah, exactly, Rod. Connor's gonna file a sexual harassment report against Porover. William Dawes Jr. was a Boston revolutionary and one of the writers sent out to warn Lexington and Concord that the British regulars were on their way the night of April 18th, 1775. The other writer was, of course, Porover. Porover took the route across the water to Charlestown. Dawes took the longer route across Boston Neck. He arrived in Lexington shortly after Revere did. Dawes was a tanner by trade. These days he would make a fortune in New Jersey. The amount of tanning that goes on there. And while he wasn't as politically active as Revere, he did wear a homespun suit to his wedding. Now, I know that doesn't sound intensely radical, but at the time it was quite a statement. At the time, the rebels were trying to enforce boycotts of British products, like cloth, and encouraging people to buy American. By advertising his suit was locally made, Dawes was putting himself firmly on the Patriots' side of the equation. He might as well have worn a bowler hat at Mass with the king's face on, though that would have been weird at a wedding. And we have Robert Newman, was the sexton of the Christ Church, known today as the Old North Church, and a personal friend of Paul Revere. It was Newman who hung the lanterns from Church steeple to warn riders in Charlestown that the British were marching on Lexington and Concord. 2 lanterns indicating that the British were traveling by sea. And because it's a pet peeve of mine, you may have heard of Newman to put up the lanterns to warn Revere about the British approach. It's one of those historical details everyone seems to get wrong. Revere already knew about the raid, and in fact had been the one to pass the knowledge on to Newman. The lanterns were meant as a warning to lookouts in Charlestown, a backup in case Revere was caught before he managed to leave town. Please learn this so you can impress girls on first dates. Also, give me one sec, guys. Alright, I'm back. Just had to accept the package. Please learn this so you can impress girls on first dates as I do. Though they often seem so overwhelmed by it, they rarely call again. That's the power of knowledge, and it's dangerous. Newman had some difficulty with this clandestine plan though. His family home was serving as a boarding house and several British officers were staying there. Newman managed to elude them by saying he was tired, going to bed, and escaping out the side window, like something out of a cartoon. His friend, John Pulling, helped him get the lanterns to the top of the tower, while a third man guarded the church door. Newman was later questioned about his actions that night, possibly because a 20-something announcing he's going to bed early is inherently suspicious. But he talked his way out of arrest and fled Boston. When Newman returned to the city, he went back to his old job as church sexton. There's evidence he took money to show tourists around the church crypt, including displaying the body of John Pitcairn, which might have something to do with Newman being replaced by a new sexton in 1788. Jesus Christ. Displaying the body of a deceased? What's wrong with you? Like, even if it's John Pitcairn, but that makes him a bastard. You don't do that to the dead. We also have Paul Revere's ride. The night before the battles of Lexington and Concord, Paul Revere and William Dawes left Boston to warn the countryside where the British regulars were on the march. In particular, they wanted to warn John Hancock and Samuel Adams that the regulars intended to arrest them. Revere left Boston by boat across the Charles River, taking the road across the Charlestown Peninsula. Dawes took the longer land route across the Boston Neck. Revere arrived in Lexington first, but Dawes wasn't far behind. Once they delivered the warning to Hancock and Adams in Lexington, Dawes and Revere decided to continue to Concord to warn people there of a coming raid. They joined up with Samuel Prescott, who was visiting his fiancée in Lexington. Prescott lived in Concord and so knew the area well. Road trip. I think that's actually the dude that you meet, actually being with his fiancée. The three men were halfway to Concord when they were stopped by a British patrol. Revere was captured, but Dawes and Prescott broke away. Dawes lost his horse and hid in a barn for several hours before sneaking back to Lexington, but Prescott reached Concord to sound the alarm. Good thing they had him take along. Yeah, right, Rod. And I think he says at once or something like this. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna do it. Not a big deal. Years later, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow would write a poem about the event, which wrote all of the writers into one, Paul Revere, which is why everyone knows his name and why Revere is so revered. Yeah, sometimes it isn't, Levy. Yes. Not always, but sometimes.
Need to alert. Follow my directions, and we'll be done in no time.
Yeah, I mean, you can do that in Valhalla, Rod. Just, you know, disable the look for everything. Yes.
To the left, Connor! Yes, this is exactly where we need to be. I believe we are on course.
Yeah, that's one of the good things about being able to hide gear, I guess.
Redcoats. What are they doing here?
They must be scouts.
Be careful, Connor. We mustn't let them warn the others. I have made this crossing a dozen times. Why is everything suddenly so foreign? Pressure must be getting to me.
Also, Infinity. Thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub, dude. And how's it going? How are things? How's the rest of your GTA 5 stream?
Keep going! Let us continue the search on foot.
Ah, this part. We just gotta wait for redcoats to go away. Yeah, no, there's Infinity. I hope you have a good nap and lurk. And yeah, dude, thank you again for the resub.
This is it! You have got the right place! Let everyone know that the regulars marched for Lexington and Concord.
The British are coming!
Back in the saddle, my friend! We have more people to warn. Excellent! We are right on course! Yes! This is it! This is the way!
This is the way. Rod to the left corner. I believe we are on I
Find a
believe.
place to hide, Connor. Quickly, before we're spotted.
Shit. We forgot where we actually
Not here,
going
Connor.
or reading. Hold on. To the left corner, I believe we are on. No, right corner, right. Yeah, it's very funny how whenever you ask for like directions in an AC game in one of these missions, you know, like in Brotherhood where you deliver the chests, I guess. There's to EG. But they just change their mind like very quickly.
I believe we are on course. Might be safer if we approach the houses on foot.
I hope they let
Did you
us go
hear that?
inside.
Could be redcoats. Careful.
How we're making good time. Oh damn, we can actually deliver this. Sure.
Careful, Connor. There might be other scouts around. This is it! You have got the... Spread the word. The regulars are coming out. At once!
At once.
This way, Connor! This way, Connor!
Shit. But again.
We have gotten lost somehow!
Ah, very nice rod. Yeah, so how long would you say is like one of those early Tomb Raider games on average?
To the right, Connor! To the right!
Like, how long does it take you to beat one of the early games? Because I definitely would love to play those games as well at some point.
If we approach the houses on foot.
Yeah, after that it's back to Anniversary, which is a remake of Tomb Raider 1, but a prequel to Legend. I see. So, would you say that's like would you say that you would prefer Anniversary to Tomb Raider 1? Or would you say that you should definitely play both of them?
This is it! You have got the right place! The regulars are coming.
Here! We're here! Get them!
Faster! We need to get away from them! Find a way to get rid of them, Connor! Faster! We need to get away from them!
By time to find Prescott.
Much too close for comfort. Let
And
us take care to avoid any further surprises.
his fiancée.
Let us continue the search on foot. This is it! You have got the right place! Where the devil is he?
Are you sure we are in the right place?
Oh, sure, I'm sure. Prescott?
Evening, gents.
Listen, the regulars are out. You need to rally your men. And, put on some trousers.
At once.
The turkey. Alright, we have Samuel Prescott. When Paul Revere and William Dawes left Lexington on the way to Concord, they were joined by Samuel Prescott, a young doctor from Concord. Prescott was a member of the Sons of Liberty, a natural choice for an anti-British nighttime ride. Prescott was in Lexington that night to visit his fiancée. I assume that's who we saw run off. He was intending to return home late, a happy coincidence for Revere and Dawes. Prescott knew the area well, so when the three men were stopped by British troops, it was Prescott who managed to elude his pursuers and reach Concord to sound the alarm. Here's the strange thing. After that night, well, Prescott sort of disappears. I have a record that he may, also give me a sec, I'm gonna close my window. I've got too many side noises here. Kind of annoying. I got you, Rod. Yeah, I guess that's how the playtime can vary a bit, like how much you get lost in some of your earlier games. And how much you have to like search for. Was he related to George Bush? Maybe. Big difference in Tomb Raider, Age of Darkness in 2003 and Legend in 2006. They did a massive overhaul, especially with controlling Lara herself. I see. So did they like change the engine as well that the game runs on, or did they like did an overhaul on the engine itself? Yeah, maybe Ronnie. Here's the strange thing. After that night, well, Prescott sort of disappears. I have a record that he may have died as a British prisoner in Halifax in 1777, but it's far from clear-cut. I suppose he could have left Boston with the British on evacuation day, but how was he captured and when? I have no idea. And those are 4 words I never thought I would say.
Welcome to Lexington, Connor. Now let's find Hancock and Adams. No sign of Dawes. I hope he's all right.
Change the engine, and they did away with the tank controls of the previous 6 games, making controlling Lara more like Prince of Persia, Prince of Time so much smoother. Ah, interesting. And yeah, it came out the same year that Prince of Persia did, didn't it? Yes. His sister is a great-grandmother of George Bush Sr. Really? Interesting. Well, thank you for looking that up, Ronnie.
Paul, Connor, good to see you.
You need to leave. The Redcoats are coming.
Aye, so Williams told us. Let them conduct their little search. They'll find nothing.
You don't understand. Pitcairn intends to kill you.
I'm afraid it's true.
I suppose we have no choice then but to go. What of you 3?
Dawes and I will continue on to Concord. Connor, it's best you stay here and help our man John Parker hold the town. It'll give us time to spread the word.
John Hancock. was a Whig leader in Boston prior to the Revolutionary War, and went on to be the president of the Second Continental Congress, which was responsible for creating the Declaration of Independence. All very impressive, but most impressive of all was that his name would live on to be a slang for signature. Now that's a legacy. One day I imagine Sean would be used by children to describe a word very sneer, but I can dream. Hancock was born in Massachusetts, the son of a reverend, but his father died when he was young, and John was sent to live with his uncle in Beacon Hill. Thomas Hancock ran a prosperous shipping business, which John inherited when his uncle died in 1764. Hancock was a noted businessman and probably made at least some of his money smuggling, which he was tried for in 1768, though he was never convicted. He joined the Patriot cause after the Stamp Act were imposed in 1764. He went on to be one of the instigators of the Tea Party. In fact, after the revolution began, he was such a well-known rebel that when the Boston governor offered clemency to anyone who would lay down their arms, Hancock was specifically left out of the deal. Hancock's probably best known for signing the Declaration of Independence. His signature was the first on the document, possibly because of that and possibly because Hancock was known for being extravagant. His name is signed with a flourish written larger than any of the others. So now in America, your signature is sometimes referred to as your John Hancock. I needn't explain why to some people that sounds a little bit dirty, but I will. It sounds like a penis reference. We also got a new news article, apparently, regarding the Midnight Ride. The raising of a militia. Recent news, as tumultuous and striking as they are, cannot have earned victorious wreaths had it not been for the effort of some few riders that gave warning to the towns and raised the Minutemen to their duty. These riders, chief among them Mr. Paul Revere and Mr. William Dawes, were sent out by Dr. Joseph Warren, who had come into the knowledge of by sources undisclosed that a regiment of soldiers was to march that night to Lexington. They to arrest leaders of the Sons of Liberty who were spending the night there. The regulars were then to continue to Concord to secure various arms that were hidden about, including at Barrett's farm. Dr. Warren could not risk that his message would fail to be delivered among the township. He cleverly made fast certain of his aim, sending his message by diverse routes at once. To begin, Mr. Dawes left Boston by way of Boston Neck, using Gow to pass the roadblock and continue through Roxbury in a circuitous route. Soon after, Mr. Revere entreated Captain Pudding to light lamps in the Tower of Old North, this being the signal to Charlestown that regulars won the march. Revere himself took the chance of a life to row beneath the prow of HMS Somerset, to arrive at Charlestown himself, and make the ride to Lexington directly. Revere altered his route to evade the night patrols along the way. In the event, both riders happily arrived at Lexington to warn Samuel Adams and John Hancock of the approaching regulars. Joined by Samuel Prescott, Revere and Dawes rode on to Concord but were confronted by soldiers on that road. Dawes lost his horse and made his way back to Lexington on foot. Prescott led his horse to a daring leap of the wall and continued on to Concord to raise the Minutemen. Revere was captured by the patrol and threatened with his life. He only secured his freedom when the soldiers had fire from the hills of Concord and ran to join battle. But Mr. Revere's adventure was not yet complete. Upon return to Lexington, he was astonished to find John Hancock at the place, preparing to fight the oncoming soldiers as an officer. He failed to Revere to dissuade Mr. Hancock that his place was not in the field. Hancock and Adams then removed themselves to a safer place, but failed to bring along a chest of full congressional papers, of which the discovery by the soldiers would cause difficulties. Mr. Revere returned to take possession of these papers before the soldiers arrived at Lexington Green. So these are like newspapers of the time, Senji. Cheers, Rod, for sharing that. Now that I have my phone here, I can actually have a quick look.
Sign, charity, Carter, unforgivable knife. But this is not a knife, but this is a... This will be used on Predator. It's just a little larger than you. But don't worry about it. It's a fucking...
I like how he puts out the second knife, you know, being a lot bigger than the previous one. But also that accent change, like... Whoops, it was a bit loud. You know, how I can like seamlessly switch between those accents. That's kind of cool. John Parker was the captain of the Lexington militia and therefore the man in charge on the day of the battles at Lexington and Concord. Parker was a farmer by trade, but since he'd been a soldier in the French and Indian War, he was placed in command despite the fact that he was quite ill with tuberculosis at the time. Parker went on to join the Continental Army in the siege of Boston, but was too ill to be involved in the Battle of Bunker Hill. Parker died in September 1775. The statue of a Minuteman on Lexington Green is said to be a representation of him. Though since there are no known pictures of Parker, the resemblance is sketchy at best. It's the thought that counts. So that explains why it's like coughing the entire time, I guess. That was a quote from the first Crocodile Dundee movie about the knife. Ah, I see. Right, with Sequence 7, Lexington and Concord.
Stand your ground, men! Don't fire! Unless fired upon! But if they mean to have a war, let it begin here!
Pitcairn.
Disperse, you damn rebels! Lay down your arms and disperse! What the deuce are you doing? Hold your position! Cravens! Traitors!
They are not coming back. You will have to make do with those who remain.
Don't you lecture me on up.
So I just want to point out here, just because it's actually quite important detail. But this is basically what escalates the war, right, between the Patriots and the British. And what's interesting is that the English actually fired first, right? Like you see Redcoats firing first and opening fire. But later on, Haven makes the point that it was actually the fault of us that the war started. Even though it was clearly the British that fired first. So yeah, just an important detail to actually come back to.
Return fire!
Debunk one of Haven's points there later on.
You need to get to Concord and warn the others. Show this to whoever leads there. Should be a man by the name of James Barrett. Go on now!
Alright, so we got an update for John Pitcairn. When Thomas Gage sent British troops to Lexington and Concord, he picked Pitcairn for the job, figuring the rebels would listen to him when it came time to talk. Instead, Pitcairn was the man in charge when his Marines killed the 8 militiamen at the Battle of Lexington, starting the Revolutionary War, severely damaging his reputation as a peacemaker. Multiple deaths can do that. Yeah, here you go. So this started the Revolutionary War, and it's basically John Pitcairn's fault, even though the Templars argue later on it wasn't. Pitcairn's report on the battle said he had ordered his men not to fire unless the rebels fired first, but that didn't stop rumors that he had commanded the attack. History is taking a kinder view. Pitcairn's now considered, as one patriot described him, a good man in a bad cause. But yeah, in the context of AC though, like not historically speaking, he definitely did order them to, to do it. On the night of April 18th, 1775, British regulars left Boston on their way to Concord to raid rebel weapon stores. The intent was to make a quick raid, defuse rebel plans to attack the British, and capture instigators John Hancock and Samuel Adams. Unfortunately for the British, the result was the beginning of the American Revolution. In other words, this battle was a complete disaster for the British, and that's not a sentence with which I'm 100% comfortable. The rebels had been tipped off about raids weeks before. They had already moved most of the weapons the British were looking for. The night before the battle, Paul Revere and William Dawes brought word that the British were on the way, so by the time the regulars marched into Lexington near dawn, the local militia was waiting for them. Nobody knows who fired the first shot. The British blamed the rebels and vice versa, but in the end the Lexington militia was badly outnumbered and retreated, and the British moved on to Concord. By most reports, the British were polite in Concord, which I'm sure their mothers would have been delighted to hear about. All apart from one moment, of course, when John Pitcairn threatened a local tavern owner at gunpoint. But to be fair, the tavern owner did know where the weapon cages were. Overall, things didn't really go awry until nearby militia saw some smoke rising above the town. They thought it was on fire and marched in, causing a skirmish at the North Bridge. By the time the British left Concord, more militia had arrived, outnumbering the regulars and raising tensions further. The new troops followed the British along the road, bravely firing at them from behind walls and the cover of trees. There was little the British could do to fight back, and they were tired and mostly out of ammunition. Some of the regulars even broke ranks and fled. For the rest, it was a long walk back to Boston. Rather than dispersing after the battle, the militia gathered outside of Boston Neck, starting the siege of Boston and the beginnings of a Continental Army.
Come on, we'll meet up with the others in Concord! Get moving, men! We've little time! Stick together, boys, and keep the pace! To Concord, lads! Help! What's happening?
Get out! Everyone run! They're taking prisoners! Run!
The redcoats are taking captives!
We have to out! I'm not waiting around to see what happens!
Ah, dude, absolutely not. It's so good, you know, when you have to like do it like a chase or time event and you have like this kind of music. It really adds this intense feeling to it.
I've got a surprise for that lobster.
Or as you say, like the sense of urgency.
Blood's been spilled in Lexington, and there's more to come. The regulars are on the march.
You don't say. And why do you think I'm men up here? Go home, or you get yourself killed. Have enough to worry about without some green boy looking to play it hero.
I can vouch for him.
John Parker as well. Where's Revere?
Captured?
What?
Fear not. That man's no stranger to sticky situations. He'll be fine. I'm sure of it.
You ladies finished gossiping? Parker seems to believe you're not completely useless, so I suppose there's a thing or two you might be able to help with. When the fighting starts, we'll need to hold those positions there. They're critical to the defense of Concord. Good boys. Not used to soldiering, they need some with the experience to direct them. That's something you can do? You'd best be telling the truth.
You have my word.
Then I suppose all that's left to do is wait.
This dude needs a glass of water.
Sir! Mount the barricades! No! Ensure my men hold those positions. If the Red Devils break through, we're finished.
What would you have me do?
Listen carefully. The Redcoats will form firing lines. Order the men to shoot just before the line is ready. Too soon and they'll miss their targets. Too late, and the enemy will open fire first.
Understood.
And if any of those bastards make it through, engage them. You must keep my men alive.
We have James Barrett, was a colonel in the rebel militia for Concord, and the town's representative in the Boston legislature in the years leading up to the revolution. Barrett didn't exactly want the position of the head of a militia. He was 65 when the war started. He had his pipe and slippers ready, and probably just wanted to watch game shows. Unfortunately for him, experienced commanders were in short supply, and Barrett had fought in the French and Indian War, so colonel it was. When the British came to Lexington and Concord looking for rebel weapon cages, troops headed straight to Barrett's farm, where they were told they would find the majority of the supplies. Of course, by the time they had arrived, most of the weapons had been removed and hidden elsewhere. Barrett wasn't there either. He was some distance away, organizing the militia march on the North Bridge and overseeing the eventual victory at Concord.
Prepare yourselves.
Open fire.
Wait for my signal.
Open fire.
Wait for my signal. Hold fire!
You gotta wait until you see the white of the eyes.
Wait for my signal.
Oops.
Wait for the signal.
Open fire.
Prepare yourself.
Open fire.
Make ready.
What's where's this coming from? Was like a mission target, like assassination contract. What the heck?
Fire! Make ready!
It was like super random.
Wait for my signal. Go! Wait for my signal. Wait for my signal. Fire now! Make ready! Wait for the signal. Open fire.
So his name is Jonathan Walker, and this is the first and only video game he's acted in so far. Interesting.
Make ready. Shoot.
Yeah, more that I have like kind of this running joke with that dude that he needs like a glass of water.
For my signal.
Because he always sounds like he has a very like dry sounding voice. But you know, that can also of course just be like part of his natural voice or something.
Fire!
But yeah, it just always sounds a bit funny.
Wait for the signal. Wait for my signal. Fire!
But yeah, definitely distinctive voice. Good to have as a voice actor.
Wait for my signal. Fire now! Wait for my signal. Wait for my signal. Fire now! Prepare yourselves. Shoot!
Fall back! Fall back! We did it! They're turning tail!
Takes a true monster to do something like this. At least they're gone.
I should have struck when I had the chance. Do you know where Pitcairn could have gone?
Back into the withered bosom of the British, no doubt. So that he may regroup and plan his next atrocity.
I need to find him. Every day I wait, more will suffer.
Chin up, friend. Many who should have died today now live because of you.
And what of them?
We do the best we can with what we've got.
It is not enough.
It never is.
It is not enough.
For the support of the glorious cause. I beg they will accept my most cordial thanks for this distinguished testimony of their approbation. But lest some unlucky event should happen, unfavorable to my reputation, I beg it may be remembered by every gentleman in the room that I, this day, declare with utmost sincerity, I do not think myself equal to the command I am honored with.
Truly, there is no man better suited
I
to the
beg
task.
leave to assure
Really?
the Congress that
I
as
can
no
think of several.
pecuniary consideration could have
Charles
tempted me
Lee.
to have accepted this arduous employment. At the
Do I
expense
know
of my
you?
domestic
I would
ease
not
and
expect you
happiness.
to remember.
I do
Come,
not
Connor,
wish to
there's
make
someone
any
I want
profit
you to
from it.
meet.
I will keep an exact account of my expenses.
Sorry to pull you away
Those
like that,
I
but
doubt not they
the
will
last
discharge,
thing we need is
and
the
that is
two
all
of
I
you
desire.
coming to blows. Now, Connor, allow me to introduce you to our newly
Where is
appointed
Charles Lee?
Commander-in-Chief, George Washington.
Ah, so you're the one who saved Sam and John at Lexington.
It was the Patriots who did that. I merely lent support.
As humble as he is brave. We could use more men like you. I'm sorry, but if you'll excuse me, I should attend to Charles over there. He looks none too happy about being passed over for command. It was good to meet you, Connor.
Tell me you have news of Pitcairn.
I'm told he's taken shelter in Boston, where he's guarded by 1,000 redcoats. The only way you're gonna get at him is if we draw him out. Lucky for you, we're launching an offensive against the city in order to do just that. Israel Putnam has been given command of our forces. Present this to him and he'll provide whatever aid you require. You'll find him at the encampment on Bunker Hill.
You have my thanks.
No need. It's the least I could do. Pitcairn's a dangerous man. The sooner we're rid of him, the better.
I would say the same of Charles Lee.
Now that's an altogether different beast. Let us leave it for another day. Best you head to Boston, Connor.
He's a muckworm.
A muckworm. And yeah, there he was. Charles W. Lee. It's kind of funny, you know, how Connor's first instinct isn't just killing Lee, I guess, you know. He's kind of like realizing that he can't do that in, you know, that situation and under these circumstances, of course. Otherwise, he would get the entire Congress against him, really. But yeah, different, kind of interesting, you know, encounter, given that Lee has like no idea whatsoever who Connor is, you know. You might think of the Continental Congress as a gathering of boring politicians, which it was, but they were also responsible for organizing the revolution and making decisions about the United States government, which also makes them rather dull. Sorry, important. I should actually say the Continental Congresses because there were more than one. The first Continental Congress was convened in 1774 in Philadelphia to oppose the closing of Boston Harbor following the Boston Tea Party, part of the Coercive Acts. All of the politicians had such a lovely time at the first meeting that they agreed to have another party just exactly like it. And why not? Everyone loves a party right after the battles of Lexington and Concord. Being men of great imagination, they called this the Second Continental Congress, and this was the Congress responsible for writing the Declaration of Independence and forming the Continental Army with George Washington as its commander. So despite the lack of flair for titles, they clearly had some thinkers among them. The Third Continental Congress was convened in 1781, sometimes known as the Congress of Confederation, and despite how mind-achingly tedious that sounds, they were responsible for forming a government of a brand new United States. Since getting everyone to agree on how the government should work took some time, the Confederation Congress met over the course of 8 years, ending in 1789, when the Constitution passed and they were replaced by the United States government. Now, I've been in some long meetings, but 8 years takes the biscuit. I pity whoever was recording the minutes. Also, hey there, Fertsu. Thank you for the follow, and welcome.
It's a me, Mario!
Indeed. So we have Lexington and Concord. This is like a news article. Regulars confront militia. Shots fired. Americans, forever bear in mind the Battle of Lexington, where British troops unmolested and unprovoked wantonly and in a most inhuman manner fired upon and killed a number of our countrymen. The events, as well as can be discerned, transpired thusly. Alerted by messengers that a regiment of regulars was en route through Menotomy to destroy cages of munitions in Concord and vicinity, militia forces convened, drawing members from as far away as Sudbury, Acton, Lincoln, and Bedford. The first such force stood against the regulars on Lexington Green, just 7 miles from Concord proper. Commanded by Captain John Parker, the colony militia, numbering some few dozens of members, stood ground as a brigade under Major Pitcairn marched in column along the Concord Road. The Accounts of what ensued remain confused, but militia members claim that they never fired any shots, but were fired upon by the regulars, suffering them 8 deaths and a number of wounded. Captain Parker led his men from the field, and the column of murderous regulars continued to Concord. At the town of Concord, another brigade of militia, under command of Colonel James Barrett, saw fit to fall back across the North Bridge as the regulars numbered a much larger force. Atop a hill, Barrett watched the regulars search for munitions and was gladdened by the addition of militia forces arriving from diverse townships. In short order, Colonel Barrett discovered that he outnumbered the small force of regulars sent to secure the bridge, and commenced the march upon them. Some few of these endeavored to dislodge planks of a bridge to delay the advance of the militia, but were caught off by their superiors. Bodies were exchanged and men on both sides fell, resulting in the regulars quitting the field. The larger army force concluded its fruitless search and turned towards Boston, only to meet with a series of flanking maneuvers and attacks in formation by the militia. This force would certainly have been entirely destroyed had it not been for Brick, Jen Percy's arrival with reinforcements to escort them back, through hails of musket balls, to Charlestown. Thus have shots been fired between ourselves and our cousins from across the sea. The Rubicon has been crossed. Americans, liberty or death, join or die.
Plain old rattler will do for me anytime.
Still here, are you?
I was just wondering, what happens now?
There's quite a lot to do. Commander Washington must determine when and where we'll strike next. And we need to get to work on our message.
Message?
We must contact the broadsheets at once. Ensure it's clear to everyone that it was the Loyalists who fired first in Lexington.
But no one knows who fired first.
Which is exactly why we must spread the news quickly.
Hold on one sec, guys. Alright, I'm back. Another package for my sis. But I think that should be all of them for today. I think so.
We'll determine public opinion.
This seems dishonest.
Perhaps, but so what? People must believe we acted in self-defense, else we've committed treason.
But you have.
Better to bow and scrape before a tyrant, then? Is that what you suggest?
No, of course not. No one should be denied freedom. And yet, to change the truth, it seems a dangerous road to travel.
Understand, Connor. This is a war fought not just on the battlefield, but within hearts and minds as well. There's nothing wrong with a bit of theater, especially if it saves lives.
And that shows you kind of like the idealistic stance of Connor, right? Like, he wants the truth. And that's like kind of like one of his most important endeavors, you know. He doesn't like this whole theater, I guess, as he says. And dishonesty, I guess. But Sam Adams is like, you know, you have to play the game to be able to win, I guess. Cheers, Levy. Yeah, there's like lots of packages my sister has ordered. So, with her being on a film set today, I kind of had to make sure that I can actually accept them. But yeah, I think that's all of them for today at least. Brought such a great example of how things aren't just one thing or the other. Yeah, definitely. Like so many different approaches as well as to like how you can tackle, you know, for example, like what you say to a certain degree or not. But yeah, Connor's definitely a very idealistic representation of freedom, liberty, safety and all that. But he's also not a politician, so that makes it easier, I would say. But yeah, let's go out of here. Yeah, for sure. You know, and politics is definitely theater to a certain degree. Like, you can do it with so many politicians, kind of like, you know, you look at one statement that they did, and when you compare to like the same context a year later, and just like notice how they kind of like often change their stance depending on, you know, what the public opinion is really. It's very rare you find like consistency in an actual politician. Yeah, that as well, Rod. I guess it's also kind of the impact of, you know, lobbying on politics as well. It's kind of funny, but, you know, for example, if I look at German politics, for example, the way they talk to each other, right, at like meetings and stuff, is very different and a lot more indirect than it has been like 50 years ago, for instance. And yeah, I kind of have a feeling that, you know, kind of like the lobbies are having a huge impact on how much politicians sometimes are allowed to say, I guess, as well. But yeah, it's kind of funny. Like, if you watch sometimes like old recordings of like, you know, politic meetings, you would often even find them like insulting each other and stuff. It's actually entertaining to a certain degree. But yeah, you don't see that happening today that often anymore. Like politicians being that direct to each other. The siege of Boston began right after the battles of Lexington and Concord. The colonial militia who had gathered to stop the British raids followed the British army to Boston, encamped outside, bottling British troops and their loyalist allies in the city. At the time, Boston was a peninsula, attached to mainland by a thin strip of land known as Boston Neck. With this blocked land, access to the city was cut off. The siege lasted for most of a year, with only one major battle, Bunker Hill. But as with most sieges, it took a toll on the city of Boston. There were shortages, particularly of firewood, and many buildings were torn down to be used as fuel. Of course, the British targeted any rebel-associated buildings for destruction. As a result, things like the Liberty Tree and the pews from the old South Meeting House ended up inside a fireplace. The siege ended shortly after the rebels attacked and fortified Dorchester Heights to the south of Boston, giving them the ability to fire on the harbor. Boston's governor decided to evacuate rather than fight. On March 17, Loyalist ships sailed out of the city. March 17 is known as Evacuation Day and is a holiday in some parts of Massachusetts. The fact that it also is St. Patrick's Day is a mere coincidence, though it is said that in ancient Gaelic evacuation means drinking as many pints as possible and being sick in a bin, so you never know. Yeah, that's the true evacuation day. St. Patrick's Day. But yeah, very nice. So how many memories do we have left in this sequence? I think it's like 1 or 2. Yeah, it's 2. A lot of alcohol is evacuated from its bottle. Indeed. Yes. Alright, so we're currently at 44%. I still haven't done any naval stuff, so we definitely should do this soon. I'll probably do a sequence and then I will do some naval stuff, I think. But yeah guys, before we continue though, I'm gonna take a break since I haven't done that yet. Except for, you know, accepting packages here. So I'm gonna do that, but yeah, we're not yet done for today. We're gonna be going a bit longer and definitely gonna finish sequence 7 and also make a start on the naval stuff for sure. So yeah, I shall see you guys in a few. Cheers, Rod. Thank you, dude. Yo guys, and welcome back. Thank you all for staying tuned. And yeah, let's play some more AC3, shall we? So Rod, you redeemed the Choose My Outfit, right? With Ezio, I think. So let's go ahead and actually start switching to that outfit. I'm gonna go up there. Cheers, Rod. Thank you, Levi. Welcome back as well, guys. That's good to hear, Levi, that you finished your puzzle and that you found the last pieces. That's right, Rod. Alright, good. Let's go ahead and change that real quick.
So, what can I do for you, Mynheer?
Outfit worn by the Florentine assassin, Ezio Auditore da Firenze. There we go. What a legend. And yeah, that is the Ezio outfit. Actually looks quite nice, this game. I like it. Went on a emotional roller coaster right there, but the puzzle is complete. You set me pick. Okay, let me have a look on my Discord. I'm curious to see how it looked or looks finished. Okay, that looks amazing, Levi. Good job on finishing the puzzle. That must be such a good feeling. Hey, Doggo, what's the issue? I haven't done anything. Must have been such a good feeling, you know, getting to finish that. So will you be like, keeping it, Levi? Like, will you, I don't know, hang it somewhere or something? You destroy it? Well, I mean, you finished it, so that's definitely fair. Don't need superheroes on your wall. Yeah, that's fair. What's up with you, Doggo? Doggo's just chasing me. You buy another one next week? So what type of theme do you want to go for? The next one? SpongeBob one. Well, does it include Patrick? That's a real question. Ah, I gotcha. Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, I actually used to enjoy watching SpongeBob, like at least the earlier seasons. I don't think I've watched any of the new episodes yet, but word is that they basically dumbed down the characters to like only one character trait at this point. So Patrick, who kind of used to, I guess, be kind of like naive and not as smart as others, he still kind of had like moments where he was kind of genius in his own way, kind of without even realizing that he did something super smart. Like those situations apparently don't happen anymore, and he's just like dumb at this point. And I think Sandy, the squirrel, she used to be like a scientist and all that, and like doing karate, and I don't know, had like this whole backstory with Texas and something, right? I think at this point she's only a scientist and that's it. Yeah, I loved Sandy as a character. You wanted to be her? Yeah, I mean, she was really strong as well. Her karate moves are on point. SpongeBob is out of stock. RIP. Alright, so can we actually see the haystack under? Of course we can't, because it's like trees and grass and leaves and I don't know. Can't see where the haystack potentially would be. So it's gonna be leap of faith, I guess. I wonder if they designed that on purpose, so it's like literally a leap of faith, I guess.
Hold and state your business!
It'd be kind of funny if they did that on purpose. Sequence 7. Conflict looms. We have a Peanuts comics one. Let's hope they don't sell off the puzzles by Friday. Yeah, it would be cool for you to get one that you would really enjoy.
I'm looking for Israel Putnam.
On whose orders?
Samuel Adams.
Follow me.
It's not Bunker Hill.
Aye, it's Briggs. There's been some disagreement as to where we should encamp.
Any news from Boston?
The Tories aren't moving, and any time we try to press them, we lose a dozen men. I think Putnam and the others plan to assemble artillery on these hills. A good shelling might make the Redcoats rethink their strategy.
And what of John Pitcairn?
That bastard's the cagiest of the bunch. He's appeared time to taunt us or send regards by way of cannon fire. It's all right, though. He'll have what's coming to him soon enough.
Yeah, that's fair, Levy. Definitely understandable. And I reckon there's so many, you know, good passes out there. If one, you know, is out of stock, you can probably get another. But I'm William. Connor, a question before you go. How did you know you would not die from the fall? Connor? Truth be told, I didn't. I took a leap of faith. Yeah. That's a good combination of AC1 and AC3. I like it. Also, that OG dialogue is just legendary, you know. The way Altair delivers the line, and to be honest, that's one of the, you know, scenes where I can't say that Altair's voice acting is bad or something, you know. I actually felt he did quite a good job voicing Altair. It just wasn't, you know, the accent that people wanted, I guess. But yeah, the actual voice acting of voice actor of Altair was really good, I felt. We destroy the puzzle now.
Putnam's just up ahead. You can't.
Well, let the destruction begin, Levy.
Should be building on Bunker Hill. Breeze is closer to the city, but it is also closer to their artillery. Our orders came from men so divorced from the situation, we are compelled by reason to employ our own faculties to make a proper determination. Were that I could understand even half that nonsense you just uttered. What's not to understand? I'm trying to ensure our victory. What would you know about victory? I killed a she-wolf in her den armed with only a knife. I escaped the Caughnawaga Indians who sought to burn me alive. And I was the sole survivor of a shipwreck during the Battle of Havana. So you will excuse me if I choose not to follow your advice.
Cesare. Barnabas.
I'm going back to Bunker Hill! Good day, gentlemen!
General Putnam.
What?
I'm looking for John Pitcairn. I was told you would be able to help me find him.
He's tucked away inside that city with no reason to leave. As long as that ship continues its assault, we'll never flush him out.
But if the ship was silenced...
Oh, then he might be forced to get off his arse and come forward.
I shall fly this flag to signal my success.
And I shall speak fondly of you at your funeral.
Yeah, dude, the Wilhelm Scream, such a classic. I love when that plays in Lord of the Rings as well. That's kind of cool, like, you know, these kind of like sound bits that some movies or shows or games kind of like reuse over and over. But they kind of become their own like signature, you know, thing, I guess. Israel Putnam, more affectionately known as Old Put, is something of a legendary figure in Revolutionary War history, and possibly its best known soldier, a bit of a folk hero, if you will. Putnam was born in Massachusetts but later moved to Connecticut to take up farming. He's credited with killing the last wolf in the colony, crawling into its den with a musket, a torch, and a rope tied around his feet so he could be pulled back out. He really didn't like wolves. Oh, and I believe I mentioned he was a folk hero? That's only part of it. He joined the colonial militia during the French and Indian War, where he earned a reputation for bravery and inspiring the soldiers around him. He was captured by a group of Kanekahaka in 1758 and rescued just before he was to be executed. In 1762 he was shipwrecked in Cuba while on a campaign there, where, you love this, he learned about cigars. He became a habitual smoker and is credited with introducing the cigar to the colonies. After the war ended, Putnam returned to Connecticut, where he was a vocal opponent of the British tax policies that led to the Revolution. He founded the Connecticut branch of the Sons of Liberty, and when he heard about the Battle of Lexington and Concord, he immediately signed up for the Continental Army and was named Brigadier General of the Connecticut Forces. He commanded troops at Bunker Hill, and the near success of rebels there sealed his reputation. But the irony of Connor wearing Ezio's outfit speaking to Chazard as voice actor. Yeah, it's kind of funny, you know, having that relation as well. Also it being the Brotherhood outfit as well. Washington had high hopes for Putnam as a leader, and he was named Washington's second in command in New York just prior to the Battle of Long Island. Unfortunately, Putnam was a good soldier but a poor tactician. The Battle at Long Island was a rout. Putnam fared no better at his next post guarding forts on the Hudson River, where he was outmatched by General Henry Clinton. After that, Putnam requested to be assigned to recruitment, and Washington agreed. Still, at least he had cigars. How do you mean, Ronnie? So I'm not sure if I get reference. Okay, we don't gonna read this. Nor this one. We do have the Battle of Bunker Hill. Bunker Hill was one of the first battles of the Revolutionary War. Technically the rebels lost, but it was a Pyrrhic victory for the British. Let me set this up a bit. There were two places where rebel forces would have been able to mount attacks on British-occupied Boston. One was the Charlestown Peninsula to the north, the other was Dorchester Heights to the south. When rumors started the British were going to fortify the hills around Charlestown, the rebels decided to act. By which I mean do something, but put on a little play. On the night of June 16, 1775, troops under the command of William Prescott sneaked onto the peninsula, occupied Bunker Hill, and built fortifications on Breed's Hill. It was a tactically terrible choice. Breed's Hill was easier for enemies to climb, much more open to attack, and close enough to the British ships in the harbour to come under fire. In fact, Prescott's orders were to fortify Bunker Hill. It's uncertain why he made the switch. Maybe he had trouble with B words, like bunker and breeds. Probably thought he was fighting against the Belgians, not the Brits. Fortunately for the rebel army, it seemed the British were almost as tactically inept as they were. When General Howe landed troops at Mountain Hill, he waited for reinforcements rather than attacking immediately. This gave the rebel forces time to shore up their fortifications. When Howe finally did attack, he divided his forces, expecting the disorganized rebel army to fall before him, which it didn't. In fact, the British forces attacked and retreated twice before winning the day, after they had received more of the reinforcements and the rebels were mostly out of ammunition. The casualty reports are telling 228 British soldiers dead, including many of their officers, and more than 800 injured. On the rebel side, 301 injuries and 140 deaths. The Continental Army had shown that they could hold their own against a better, trained British army, and it's hard to say which side was more surprised by that. It still surprises me to this day. Ah, okay, Ronnie. Interesting. I had no idea there were these parallels. Alright, we also have another news article. The Second Continental Congress. In light of the bloody events in Massachusetts, a Second Continental Congress representing all 13 colonies has convened in the city of Philadelphia. The Congress will attempt to order the military situation in accord with agreement among all the colonies. It will seek as well to center Palace of London in one place and with all the colonies in unison. The Second Congress will be presided over by John Hancock of Boston, as Peyton Randolph is not in good health and cannot continue his duties from the previous such Congress. In these few months since the glorious Battle of Lexington and Concord, the military effort has been ad hoc. Various militias have driven out tourist officials and seized royal munitions. Whereunto the first accomplishment of the assembled representatives has been to create from the several colony militias as a single continental army and to name a general to lead it. There's a song about Charles Lee at the Battle of Monmouth. Is there? Really? You have to find that song, like a YouTube version or something. Hamilton is amazing. Yeah, I actually haven't read or seen it yet, I don't think. But if it's the most popular play of the world, then maybe I should have. Washington of Virginia, who saw considerable duty in the French War, is to be Commander-in-Chief with Artemus Ward, Charles Lee, Philip Schuyler, and Israel Putnam as Majors General. Congress has also exerted itself in the mercantile interests of the 13 colonies. All American ports are now open, mooting the odious Navigation Acts. Despite the creation of the Continental Army, the Congress expects that the division between all colonies and the Crown to be eventually set right, to the benefit of all. To this end, the Congress has approved the Olive Branch Petition to the British Crown in a gesture of reconciliation. Just listen to the entire musical soundtrack. That in itself is exciting. Yeah, that I would be interested in, I think. Doing like the musical execution. If it's like YouTube, at No Shady's side, then definitely feel free to share link. I think I prefer YouTube heavy. Gotcha, Ronnie. Yeah, unfortunately I don't think I can actually watch it on stream because of the whole like copyright stuff I'm not sure how, you know, that is affected. But I definitely have a look myself, I think. Cheers, Levy. Thank you for doing that. Shit. Jesus, these cannons. That's one. Yeah, a cloak. That swimming animation. Hashtag physics. Probably try to throw like a smoke bomb and gain access. But in the end it's only like the officers, I think, that are the issue. Damn, I actually did this mission first try. I think that's the first time I ever did this first try. With like all the option objectives. Because they're like so damn tricky. But yeah, I got a bit lucky with this one, I think. funny thing is, you know, I don't even have it as like a requirement. Like to do full sync. But when it matters, you know, I usually take like, I don't know, at least 3 tries, I think. Get this right. Once you found your first attempt in any of your playthroughs. Yeah, I don't think it ever happened to me before. So well done on that as well, Rod, for sure. Because yeah, just this you know, requirement of having to air assassinate a grenadier is very specific, I feel. And then, you know, stay undetected on like a full guarded ship, especially with the detection system that AC3 has, you know, where they immediately go to you. Once they see you. It's very tricky sometimes, at least in my experience. But yeah, thank you, dude. I appreciate it. Spent almost 2 hours once on the damn thing. And dude. Yeah, I think my first playthrough of this mission, I kind of gave up on it at some point and just came back later to replay it. Same with that naval mission where you have to kill, I think, 3 frigates by destroying the weak points. And you only have 3 frigates, so once you don't manage to do it for one, you have to redo the entire mission. Like, that one still gives me PTSD. So, now that I know the tactic on how to do it, it's a lot easier. But, yeah. Definitely some mission objectives in AC3 that are just kind of ridiculous.
Tremble. They've better numbers, you say. Better weapons, better training. But I do not fear. And neither should you. For what they have in material, they lack in conviction and care. But not us. We have discipline. We have order. And most importantly, we have passion. We believe! So maintain vigilance, serve your ammo, ensure a proper line of sight, and above all else, men, do not fire until you see the white of their eyes.
So are we talking like other missions, Rod, or only main story?
Well, I'll be damned. You did it.
That was quite a speech.
Lies, all of it, I'm afraid. Still, such words have carried us thus far.
And what of Pitcairn?
He's left Boston, as I said he would, and set up camp on Molten Hill.
Yeah, dude, if it includes side content, it would be insane.
Maelstrom brewing down below. I suppose you could circle around a bit, or wait for us to thin their ranks.
There is no time. I will have to chance a direct approach.
That's twice today you proposed the impossible.
I see no other choice.
Not because you're mad as a March hare, son.
I expect an apology on my return.
No worries, Slappy. You have a good one. I hope you enjoy your food, whatever you're making. And thank you so much for being here. A lot of kind words as well. catch you next time. This is another objective that took me a long time for my first try. John Pitcairn updated. It's historically debated whether Pitcairn went to Lexington and Concord to seize rebel weapon stores, or to find and arrest John Hancock and Samuel Adams, who were hiding in Lexington at the time. Possibly it was a little bit of a both. Pitcairn's story is that he wanted to find Adams and Hancock to negotiate with them, and he would have been the ideal person to do it. I'm still puzzled as to why he'd try negotiating a truce with an enemy with an army at his back, though. It sort of sends the wrong message, don't you think? It does. It's like, yeah, let's negotiate, but, you know, just in case negotiating doesn't work, I have my army with me. Or in case you say something I don't like. Yeah, it's definitely understandable, Rod. Like, I mean, I guess if you really know all the main stories, you know, could kind of be possible, but it would take like so many runs to actually do it. And then the game is also quite long in itself, like just playing for the main story a lot of the time. And yeah, you know, like just the option to die, like something totally random, you know, would be really frustrating. Yeah, I guess you could kind of like make like a desync counter, I guess, how many times you have been desynchronized, and keep it like as low as possible. I guess you could also say, okay, maybe I allow myself to be desynced 5 times total, and once you know, that is reached the threshold, I have to like restart the game. But yeah, doing it like with no desyncs whatsoever would be insane. We want to air assassinate our target. There's a very specific way you can do it. But one of the objectives is also to stay undetected while assassinating the dude. And that's a bit tricky to pull off, given that there's, you know, he's like surrounded with guards, essentially. But with the right timing, it's possible. Now it's all about timing. I bet you we get detected. Yeah, the last millisecond.
Why? Why did you do this?
To protect Adams and Hancock and those they serve, you meant to kill them.
Kill them? Are you mad? I wanted only to parley. There was so much to discuss, to explain. You put an end to that now.
If you speak true, then I will carry your last words to them.
They must lay down their arms. They must stop this war.
Why them and not the Redcoats?
Do you not think we asked the same question of the British? These things take time. And it would have succeeded had you let me play my part.
Part of the puppeteer.
Or better, we hold the strings on another.
No, the strings should be severed. All should be free.
And we should live forever on castles in the sky. You wield your blade like a man, but your mouth like a child. And more will die now. Because of that.
Saha yanere ne o tenam da setakwe. Tinio ne yaho tena tam da setakwe.
Requiescat in pace.
With the Ezio outfit.
How dare you sneak up on me like that? Why don't you just go out there and just help this camp retreat? Don't ever do that again, you hear me? God damn it!
General Putnam.
You live.
The same cannot be said for Pitcairn.
Well done, I suppose. But it matters little now. I'm ordering a full retreat. We have lost too many in exchange for too little. If the Tories want this hill so badly, let them have it. Boston is the true prize.
We have a bigger problem.
What do you mean? This can't be right. It says they plan to murder Washington.
Yo, Hope. Is Legion worth it 30? To be honest, I would probably wait until it's 20. Which I don't think should be that long, to be honest, because, you know, Legion already has been discounted several times, I think.
My enemy is tenacious. When money failed them, they took to force. But I have slain Johnson and Pitcairn both, ending their plots. George Washington now rallies the colonists and their march towards freedom begins in earnest. Little wonder, then, that the Templars now want him dead. They seek to reshape this land into something cold and ordered, something soulless. And he is an obstacle. I must save him, that his cause can flourish and my people remain safe. But the more I prod, the greater the chance I am discovered. The Templars believe their men lost the revolution. In their eyes, the assassins are gone and scattered, no longer a threat. But I fear they will soon discover the truth, and me along with it. I must tread carefully.
How fares the hunt, Connor?
There is progress, but I worry it is not enough.
You must strike where you need it most. What if you pursued Charles Lee and your father? What then of Paul Revere and the soldiers at Lexington?
Soldiers? There were no soldiers in those towns, only men and women who were forced to defend themselves.
Is this not why you fight? To protect your people? Your struggle is the colonist struggle. In helping one, you help the other.
Encouraging words from one who thought mine a fool's errand.
Make no mistake, I still do. But I can't help but feel some pride in your success.
And why should I give you any credit?
Then don't. But first, return the robe and the blade and the darts and all of the years of training and knowledge I have bestowed upon you. Return these, and then your words may have some merit.
Or you could just admit that you are wrong.
Oh, child, please, you've killed 2 men. One more salesman than soldier. You're gonna have to try a lot harder than that to impress me.
Is that so, old man? Or perhaps we should step outside. I will gladly demonstrate how easily I could trounce.
Connor, this is Benjamin Talmadge. His father was one of us, no need for secrecy. I think he has something he wants to say.
Achilles tells me you've uncovered a plot to murder the Commander-in-Chief.
Yes, but I have only false starts and dead ends to show for it.
Not anymore, my friend. Thomas Hickey's your man, and I aim to help you catch him.
How?
I'll explain on the way. You and I are going to New York.
To New York it is. But yeah, I hope, I don't know if you've played Watch Dogs 1 or 2, but if you haven't, then I would definitely recommend getting those games before playing Legion. Especially Watch Dogs 2. But if you have played those games, then yeah, I'll probably wait until Legion is 20. I felt it was worse than Watch Dogs 1 and 2. But, you know, not a bad game or anything. It's just, yeah, I wouldn't pay more than, you know, Watch Dogs 2 is kind of worth it, to be honest. But the Creed is the only mortal thing in the world. I'm on it. Indeed. Dude, I love the entire ending for Origins. But yeah, the whole story just gives me chills just thinking about it. And, you know, Bayek's journey as well. Yeah, very, very hyped to play that game again. But it's still gonna be well. We still have Liberation, and then we have Black Flag and Rogue, then Unity and Syndicate, and then finally we're gonna get to Origins. And of course we still have the Chronicle games. Yeah, it's off it looks the worst to Connor, both for the setting and his animations. Yeah, in this cutscene it looked a bit weird at times, with the way the hood has been placed as well. I kind of like it from behind, like, you know, looking at this currently. I think it looks quite nice. But it's definitely, you know, it screams Renaissance in lots of ways, so it's for sure from another time. But yeah, let's check out this homestead mission. Yeah, Origins is just like such a passion project in lots of ways, I feel. There's a lot of heart and soul, I feel.
Hello?
Hello? Raw materials. Is this Valhalla? Raw materials is basically the currency, or like, I guess, the materials that you need to upgrade your settlement.
Connor, use your help. Suis-moi. I want to build her a new knife of steel I make special. I know where to get iron, but the mine belongs to the English.
Will it take long to gather?
No. A couple of blasts and I will have what I need. I just need you to stand watch. I will wait for you at the mine. It's not far, just off the property.
Property? Okay, so he's on the frontier. Cool. Okay. One thing we haven't done in a while is actually access the Brotherhood and train the assassins further. We can go to Rhode Island and do Templar Hideout. The Templar Hideout has been discovered on the coast near Providence. Infiltrate the compound and eliminate anybody inside. Then we have South Carolina, Viper and Camden. Another Templar threat has emerged in the Patriot Army. Johann de Kalb is posturing himself as for promotions into high-ranking positions. His column approaches Battle in Camden. Find him once the fighting starts and silence him. And we have Georgia, Kettle Creek. John Boyd is acting on behalf of Templars marching a loyalist militia to British-occupied Augusta. Intercept the column and bring Boyd down. Yeah, that's a job for Stefan. He's already level 8. That's insane. He's a lot higher level than any other assassin that I have. Okay, and then there's another thing I haven't done in quite a while. That is actually the enemies and see if there's like any emails or discussions and dialogues.
Come on, son, we got work to do.
Okay, out with William.
I just want to be alone right now.
Okay, Rebecca doesn't want to talk ever. Maybe Sean? I mean, Sean always wants to talk. We can't even trigger something. Never mind. So I gotta wait until the enemies is basically throwing us out of the enemies. However, we definitely do have emails, I think. Rebecca Crane. Am I the only one who thinks we should buy a few space heaters? Maybe a couple of jackets too? It's cold down here. I sort of figured that as we powered the place up, it would like to turn its climate control system or something. Guess not. Maybe the first cities like it this way. All I know is I don't. So I would really like for us to pick up some sort of heating solution the next time we head out. Please. Sean Hastings. Annoying. Abstergo's definitely onto us. Most of the power sources I was tracking are gone. Guess they're rushing to snap them up now that they know what we're up to. We've got the other cells scouting for us, running interference, trying to grab anything they can. It's just hard with our numbers and their resources. William Miles. Status. Sean's continuing his search for additional power sources. I'm working to coordinate with the other cells, have him doing recon and watching for Abstergo. Rebecca's been monitoring your sessions. I'm hoping to duplicate some of her recordings and send them to other cells for further research. Also hoping there's a way to bypass some of these memories, but synchronization seems to dictate your progress in chronological order. Hopefully someday we have a way to move through memories more quickly. Would certainly save us a lot of time in situations like this. And we have a message from Juno. Hurry. And this is only to Desmond Martz, and only him. Why do you delay? If you do not retrieve the key in time, all the world will perish, and you with it. Yet you stop to talk or rest. Rest later, when your work is done. If I seem aggressive, if my words feel more imperative than requests, it is because I fear that you will not succeed in time, and then all of us are doomed. So she's basically making Desmond, you know, spend more time in the Animus to find the key faster. Because this is November 26th, which means they only have another 3 to 4 weeks until, you know, the 21st of December happens. So less than a month at this point. And yeah, we really gotta find all the power sources and the key. Otherwise they have no chance of like stopping it. But yeah, that's all we can do in modern day currently. So let's go back into the Animus. Okay, so he's down there. Okay, I think I might port myself. Actually, we could just walk. Let's just walk our way towards the quest and pick up some stuff. I guess. Still a couple things you have to collect in Frontier. Ah, that's right, Rod, yeah. Yeah, I remember that glyph, it was about the creation of, I guess, people like Ezio and, you know, others who have ancestors that were hybrids between Isu and human. That's really the cool thing about these glyphs, you know, they kind of have like mythology references, but sometimes also like real life references. But in that case, you know, it's mostly mythology and kind of like the marriage of human and gods in various ways. That was definitely one of the interesting glyphs as well. But yeah, I would really love for AC to get that back, you know, kind of like how the glyphs work, like that it were like constant puzzles, connecting to like modern day and kind of like conspiracy theories, I guess. Yeah, but just have a certain flair, you know. Also really create like a, I don't know, uneasy atmosphere in a way. Kind of realizing what's going on in modern day, you know. Yeah, it really is. It was also a perfect replacement for having a game set in that time, you know. Since you learned so much about what actually happened already. But it still kind of made me wanna have like more insight into the 20th century and Abstergo. Like, I would love to have a game about, you know, how the Templars transitioned to be Abstergo. I think that would be quite interesting. In like the early 20th century. Ah, this one is tricky.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that would be interesting to have, Rod, for sure. I'd love to see something like that. But yeah, I guess there's still, you know, a lot of people also who just don't really care for modern day, unfortunately, that much. They just want to have the, you know, solely historical portion. I can't tell you the amount of people that just, you know, kind of like want AC to completely get rid of the enemies. You know, just have it be completely historical. But I don't know. You know, to me, like, the modern day is probably the most important aspect about AC, since it holds together, you know, all the different historical time periods, really. The modern day enables going back into the time. And you go back in time because you want to benefit the present, I guess, of a modern day. Okay, I have no idea how to get down there safely, because I think the last times I tried, I always died jumping down here. Might be an entrance on the other side, but not so sure. It actually worked. Oh. I take it. yeah, you can definitely, you know, just don't care that much about it either. I feel like especially with the modern AC games, you know, modern day has become kind of optional in lots of ways, like how much content you want to do, you know. Most of the content is actually inside the laptop, so you don't have to read that whatsoever, and you know, maybe stay a couple minutes, you know, out of the enemies, and that's it. It's like, you know, in Origin's case, it's maybe like, I don't know, 60-70 hours of main story versus maybe 1 hour of modern day. That's not even an hour. It's like forced on the player. So like the difference in terms of like content is just huge. And it really ain't that long either, unfortunately. Stefan has been successful. Nice. Back to Georgia we go. We have Savannah. Major General Robert Howe is set to challenge Archibald Campbell's regulars who have landed in Savannah. Howe has been connected to the Templars, and his current plan of action has not been approved by Commander Washington. Yet is Savannah and unhinge Howe's plan.
Citizen!
Citizen. Hey, the Grammy. Good day to you. Yeah, that's definitely a good way to please the fans, I guess, of both, you know, of both historical and modern day. Like, make modern day in depth, but make it kind of like AC2, you know, where like the optional dialogues are optional, but there's still like cutscenes and you can really learn a lot about the characters if you want to. It's a good way to do it, I feel. Like optional dialogues in general, I'm a big fan of, to be honest. It's kind of like, okay, you want to have more lore? It's not forced on you, but here you go. And I also like how Origins does it, you know, every time you like finish a quest, there's often like still some dialogue you can listen to even after the quest is finished. So you can either like, you know, be like, okay, I don't care, and go on, or you can actually, you know, sit down or just stand there and listen to it a while longer. Kind of like those types of choices sometimes in, you know, storytelling. Instead of having like actual dialogue choices.
Stands upright as a man, but its whole body is covered in a thick pelt. Its gait is slow and lurching. I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. It's clever. Always at a distance, or with something between us, like it knows where I'm gonna be before I get there. Things go missing where it goes, that much is certain. All manner of trinket. It took a man's prize buck antlers clear off his cabin wall. Takes kills out of traps too, wrenching them open with his big mitts. Somebody should find it and bring back its head for the whole world to see.
Yeah, that's cool that Doom does that. And I agree, like the database is another cool way to have like optional informations, I guess. Right, I think we can actually take over South Carolina. Sleeping in Sugar Creek. Patriot officer Thomas Sumter has lost his fighting edge and is rumored to be sleeping through marches and skirmishes. Thus far he has been fortunate, but as Banner Street Harlequin's dragoons descended upon him, his luck will undoubtedly run out. Get there and set him straight, and before he and his men fought to the Tarleton's quarter. yeah, the database, you know, like it really adds so much information if you want to. But it's really good, it's optional. Like imagine if it would be forced to read off a database, or to have it like, you know, pop up as like an actual text every single time and you have to like, click it away and stuff. It really is good that it's kind of like implemented into the game, you know, at the press of a button if you want, but yeah, not really forced on you, I guess.
Yeah, man. Yama.
Yama. Just found out that Ralph Ineson, who voices Vane in Black Flag, will be starring in the movie The Northman, directed by Robert Eggers, who did The Witch and The Lighthouse. It will be his second time working with a director. Talk about someone who has a unique voice too. Dude, absolutely, like Vane's voice acting, or, you know, voice acting of Ralph Ineson, like, damn good. I enjoyed it so much. Like, the voice acting in general in Black Flag is just so good. And it's definitely, you know, because of him as well. Yeah, I actually haven't seen The Lighthouse yet, but I did watch a couple scenes on YouTube between Robert Pattinson and Willem Dafoe, and yeah, it looked like really good. I also quite enjoyed the black and white look that it had. So, do you happen to know what The Northman will be about? Like, setting or story-wise? Okay, so we have taken on Rhode Island. We do have a quest here, bury the dead. Casualties from both sides of the conflict are being left dead on the field during retreats. Collect the dead and give them proper burials. So this is one of the missions that you can do once you have taken over the city. Essentially. Or a colony, I guess. Not a city. Okay, where's this trinket? Gaston there. Truly is, you've only heard him in Black Flick and seen him in The Witch, but already he's an actor you like. Northman will be about a Nordic prince of the 10th century on a quest of revenge, and it's set in Iceland. Interesting. That's a cool setting and location. Yeah, I'm actually curious to see. The Lighthouse has been a movie I kind of meant to watch at some point, but I don't know, I just haven't come around doing it yet. Really have to do that. I think my sister is actually a big fan of a movie, so hopefully we can do that together at some point. Also, hey there, Kobe. Good day to you. It's going good, thank you. How are you today? Also has Anya Taylor, Joy, Alexander Skarsgård, and Nicole Kidman as well. Ah, very nice. And it's gory. Let's go. I do like me, you know, a bit of gore. At least if it's like, you know, fitting to the situation. Cloak swimming animation. Too good. Doing good except your whole body hurts because of workouts. Ah, I see. Have you been trying like a new type of training or workout, Kobe? Willem Dafoe's in it too? That's awesome. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Willem Dafoe's acting. Like, he's such a great actor. The amount of movies he's in as well. And you know which movies. I think my first movie with Willem Dafoe, I tried to think, but I think it's probably has been Sleepy Hollow with Johnny Depp and Willem Dafoe. And yeah, there of course he plays the headless rider or horseman. And he was like so creepy to me back then. Just tried working out in general again. Most of them are beginner friendly, but you can still get a good sweat going. Monday was leg day and you're still feeling that today. Ah, I see. Yeah, probably something your body has to get used to again. But I reckon it's gonna get better with every time. At least I hope so. Yes. Ah, Kobe. Actually, it just reminded me, I was actually mixing up Willem Dafoe and Christopher Walken just now. I was thinking of Willem Dafoe, like of a name, and I saw Christopher Walken's face. So sorry, he didn't play Sleepy Hollow then. I guess I just kind of see them, I don't know, kind of similar in a way. Well, I guess my first movie with Willem Dafoe has been Spider-Man then. The one with you know, from like the early 2000s. Yeah, I think my subconscious, I probably just mix up the, you know, phases in a way. Kobe, you just need to stick with it. Consistency is key, not something you're usually good at. Also seeing how often you stream. Yeah, I mean, that's fair, you know, everything to its time. And I guess it's good to also listen to your gut, you know, like if you don't feel good about streaming, like, you know, every second day or something, then I definitely don't think you should do it. But yeah, I definitely hope that, you know, working out is gonna be fun to you. And who knows, maybe you get to stick around this time. And if not, it's not the end of the world, I guess, as well. But yeah, I wish you best of success with that, for sure. And maybe because they both have a W in their name, for some reason that makes you correct them to each other. Connect them to each other as well. Willem Walken. Yeah. I could definitely see how it would be easier to mix them up. Not just in my case. But yeah, they're both great actors though. I love both of them, actually, as actors. Okay, so how do I get up there? Guess we have to go up here. It's a 4-week program. If you manage to stick with that, you'd definitely be proud of yourself. I gotcha. Yeah, I mean 4 weeks is definitely a good time. You know, not too long, not too short. And that's definitely fair, Ronnie, as well. I mean, at this point, I pretty much stream everything I play. But you know, there's also times where I don't stream and I just play like a multiplayer game or something. Just for myself. But saying I play games, like it's been ages that I actually did like a full playthrough just by myself, to be honest. Like, I just stream everything, really. It's that I play at this point. But other actors that can be confused are Jessica Chastain and Bryce Dallas Howard. Also some confused Danny Radcliffe and Elijah Wood. That's right, yeah. I think because of the 20-year anniversary this year for Harry Potter and the Fellowship of the Ring, they actually do like something together. Elijah Wood and Danny Radcliffe. I think also because, you know, they get like mixed up so many times, so they kind of like want to make I don't know, fun of that a little bit, I guess, in a way. But yeah, I can also see how they get, you know, confused a lot. Though, to me, actually doesn't happen with these two guys that much. Given that I watched both Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings so much, you know, you kind of just see one as Frodo and Harry Potter. And Frodo and Harry Potter, they don't really look that similar, I guess. But the actors themselves, I can see it, yeah. Rupert Grint and Ed Sheeran. Yeah, they as well. Or Katy Perry and Zooey Deschanel. Yeah, they kind of, I can see that comparison as well, for sure. Definitely. I guess often you kind of associate certain actors with certain types of actors, maybe, as well. Maybe that also makes it, you know, easier to mistake them sometimes. yeah, very distinctive if you consider, you know, that Harry Potter's like wearing glasses has like, you know, his wound spell on his head and stuff like this, and is basically living in, you know, modern times. Versus Frodo, who's like a hobbit with huge feet, huge and hairy feet, and I don't know, like a ring that takes possession of him in a way. I feel they're quite different, I guess, if you would like stamp them side by side. I don't know, maybe it's easier for people to mix them up who haven't watched, you know, both of these franchises that much, I guess.
Connor?
But I feel like if you have, then it would be quite difficult to mix them up.
I need to prepare some explosive. My guess is the bang will bring some unhappy English.
No doubt. I had best prepare some things myself.
Looks like you have a little time.
Ah, this mission. Basically, if we step out of this blue radius, we will desynchronize. Can't even go like a couple meters out of there.
Yeah, Mr. White! Yes, science!
Sacre Dieu! I think they are coming!
Science.
A few more blasts. Be careful!
Yeah, that music. Headbang inducing.
God, Basim will have my head for this!
Sacre Dieu! I think they are coming!
I love these trumpets so much. Okay, they go from the other direction.
My precision getter!
A precision getter?
This is my last one!
Odin is with us!
Yeah, one of the good things about the remaster version, you can actually free aim. Which is kinda cool.
Sacre Dieu! I think they are coming!
Are they going the other way again?
Money, sir, I'm poor, and sick, and hungry.
There you go. Stepped him right in his nutsack.
Got everything! Time to go!
So we do actually have another booster mission up there. Interesting. However, I think before we go up there, let's go down here. I wanna check out that Hunting Society mission.
Ja, man.
Double. Oh, we'll double today, I guess. That's a voice shot. Thank you so much for being here, dude, and joining. Also, thank you again for the raid as well. And yeah, if you guys haven't checked out Rodchen yet, he's a really awesome dude and a great streamer. A huge fan of Assassin's Creed. Currently playing AC2 and Valhalla on the weekends. So if you're looking for more AC content, definitely check out that. Yeah, he's also a big fan of Rockstar games and, you know, storytelling, exploration, puzzle solving and all that. So, good variety of games to catch there as well. So definitely check it out if you haven't. And you, Rod, have a good night, and we definitely catch you soon. That's the voice shot. Always happy to give you a shout out, dude. And Kobe, thank you for giving the shout out to Rod as well in the chat. But yeah, always happy for doing that, dude.
Ja, man.
What's happening here? There you go. I love when elements like bug out in some ways. Away.
Yeah, man.
That camera.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Right, that's actually one we tried earlier, but we took too long. I tried to stealth assassinate the bear, but didn't really work. Okay, we can't really throw it that close to the bushes, so that has to suffice.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's it. Alright, so I want to check out the homestead mission we currently have available. Let's go and port up here. And also want to visit the shop here and change my outfit.
Come to buy or sell?
Of course, if somebody in chat, wants to redeem the outfit reward, you're also free to do that. You can just type an exclamation mark outfits and then it will basically give you all the options to choose from. Though it's still saying it's not available, is it? Maybe just my phone saying that. Hold on. Okay, it is available. So I think we actually have some more options outfit-wise as well. I think we unlocked the Philadelphia outfit. Okay, never mind, we didn't. So yeah, in that case, the command is up to date. Yeah, I think my phone is just kind of buggy with rewards copy. Like I can't even do soundbits, I think, on my phone for some reason. Yeah, I can't. Jamestown outfit. This white outfit has red accents and was crafted by Jamestown tailor. Cheers for redeeming that copy. Also, we can buy the New York chest maps. Let's do that. And then I also want to buy some raw materials, or like, you know, fruits and stuff. We can buy apples, barley, and we have flax, rye, vegetables, wheat. Then we can buy some oak lumber, pine, we can buy some beaver pelts, some gold, iron, lead, limestone, rock salt, silver, and sulfur. Let's also buy some hair meat, I think. Okay, then it's time to craft. Let's have a look. We can craft flour. That's good. So we can make some bread. And we can actually craft ales, or brew ales, I guess, in spirits. That's awesome, because this is like one of the best incomes that you can have, or generate income with. So really good. Let's make some more barrels. And then, okay, never mind, we're missing barley. Let's make some tea. We can make venison heart. We can make smoked elk meat. Jagged hair. And deer jerky. We can craft more ship masts and crates. And yeah, that's it. It's time to trade. So let's go ahead and get some ale. And we're gonna sell it to this dude. Then we're gonna sell some beaver pelts to this one. And let's have a look how much we get for tea. $177. Yeah, that's alright, I guess. Nothing too crazy. Yeah, there you go. That is the Jamestown outfit. Quite like the white and red accents. Looks a bit more classic assassin-y, like Ezio. At least color-wise.
Odin is with us!
Time for you to go to work, have fun. No worries, Ronnie. Have a good one. Thank you so much for being here and lurking. I hope you had or made good success and progress with the other members in Valhalla. And yeah, I hope work is going well, dude. We will catch you next time. Excellent progress, Ronnie. That's good.
Did you really think
Yeah, both salads are a lot of fun to fight, I feel. Some cool little boss fights. I kinda wish you could assassinate them or do like stealth attacks, but on the other hand, fighting them in combat is kind of satisfying and fun to do.
Get out of here, mate. This is not your business.
Well, how about I make it my business?
Another tough guy, boys. Take him down!
I make my own luck.
I make my own business.
Get back! Or put a ball through his temple! Enough.
Are you hurt? Nothing that won't mend. Thank you, stranger.
What were they doing?
This lot was dragging me through the countryside trying to make an example of a deserter. Sorry now, who are you?
Connor. A deserter, you say?
Don't much agree with the fight, and I love this country. So there you have it. The name's David Walston. My friends call me Big Dave. Might I ask where you live so I could repay the debt when I'm able? It might take us a while. Us smithies don't earn much coin these days.
Our community is not far from here, and we certainly could use the services of a smith. Would you consider plying your trade there?
Well, it would make repaying you a spot easier. Huh, I just might.
There you go. Big Dave. Probably one of my favorite homesteader characters. And I mean, he's a blacksmith, so he can, you know, craft all the good stuff for us. Like, especially when it comes to, like, you know, certain weapons and those type of stuff. You're still convinced that is Shay? You mean the one that said you don't have any business here? Also, hey, Lizzie. Hope you had a good birthday. Bought Shadow of Mordor because you saw me play it. Ah, very nice. Yeah, Shadow of Mordor was lots of fun. First game. I enjoyed it. Especially the Nemesis system as well. So I really hope that you enjoy your time with it, Lizzie. Soldier. Interesting. There might have been. I wonder if the voice actor is credited. Okay, I think it's time we actually do some naval. However, I think there's still a couple homestead missions that I want to catch up on first. Let's have a look at Boston. Bought the guide for AC3. Ah, nice, Lizzie. We'll be using that to 100% the game. But yeah, I reckon a guide would also be kind of cool to just like read up on the game in general and like how certain missions work, I guess, or how to do them most effectively. You will 100% the game. Excellent stuff. Yeah, AC3 is such a good game to do everything in. Because there's just so much side content that kind of gives like new perspective to like Connor as a character, for instance, with like the homestead missions. It's very easy to miss them and to not play all of them. But if you do, it's really adding so much to his character. And to Achilles as well, of course. So we don't actually have a homestead mission over here. Well, if that's the case, and I think we're gonna do some naval, given that we haven't done any naval so far. Stephen Piovesan is credited for AC3 on IMDb. Gonna give it a Google. Yeah, sounds good, Kobe. It's kind of funny, but I searched for a voice actor for Shay on YouTube once, and I've seen some really weird like short movies that he starred in, or one kind of like weird one. It was kind of funny, but also, yeah, a bit weird. But yeah, I'm sure if you search for him on YouTube, then you're gonna find it as well. Wait, so the guide also has the art, like art book, like artworks. It really is amazing, Lizzie. I've been spending so much time the past weeks just like doing research on concept arts and different concept artists for AC. And kind of like gathering a collection of my own for each game. Like with all the concept art that is like available. But yeah, it can be tricky if you don't have the books to find all of that. But yeah, the artwork is just so amazingly well done at times, and you really see how much impact it has on the final product, right? Like Valhalla, you could, you know, use one concept art and compare it with an in-game scene and would look so similar. Like, those concept artists have a huge impact on how the game turns out.
To what do I owe this great honor, Captain?
The letters you speak of, what are they?
Oh, now you want to know. Captain Kidd's letters, boy. He hid a great treasure somewheres and sent letters to 4 of his crewmen along with a strange piece of leather. If you find the men, you'll find the scallywag. It's that easy, 'tis.
May I see them?
Ha! You might be a captain, but you're not too bright, are you? I'll barter with them. You give me some trinkets I like, and I'll give you a letter. Building my own treasure cache, see?
Trinkets? Like what? Where?
Use your imagination, Captain. There's interesting swag all over the frontier.
William Kidd. Captain William Kidd was a Scottish privateer turned pirate and the center of numerous pirate legends. Not much is known about Kidd before the late 17th century, even his year of birth is approximate. It's reasonably certain he's from Scotland, but that's about it. Every good pirate needs a mysterious past. Kit first appears in historical records in 1689, when he's listed as a captain. He was a privateer for Britain and the West Indies before sailing for New York City, where he lived for several years. In 1695, Kit was given a privateer's commission to hunt ships in the Indian Ocean, and headed for Madagascar, which at the time was a known pirate haven. Then Kit disobeyed the terms of his privateer commission, attacking ships in the Red Sea. No one is quite sure why, but I guess that's pirates for you. They're bonkers. When Kit returned to West Indies in 1699, he found that he was a hunted man. He sold his ship, the Quetta Merchant, in Hispaniola, and headed up the coast in a new ship. Kit knew he was likely to be caught and wanted to have bargaining ships to secure his own freedom, so he started hiding treasures as he went. The idea being that he could later give away the locations in order to save his own skin. Couldn't find confirmation of it really being the same voice actor. I mean, that's fair, Kobe. Maybe it wasn't, but there's also a chance that it was, you know. Because a lot of the voice actors are actually not credited. I would say the majority of voice actors are often uncredited given how many small roles there are, you know. Especially if it's just like a small dialogue part like this. But yeah, I didn't pay enough attention, unfortunately, to give you my opinion, if he was. But yeah, maybe I can just go back and try to listen to it again. Maybe I can recognize it. Kit was finally captured when he returned home to New York. He tried to talk and buy his way out of arrest, but it didn't work. He was hanged for piracy in 1701, which must have been so annoying. As for Kit's treasures, it's known that he buried some of it in Gardiners Island, off the coast of Long Island, New York. That part was eventually recovered after Kit's death. Nobody knows what else he hid, but speculation still rages today over how much he buried and where. Ah, you did, Kobe? Yeah, if you find that clip, you could just like send it to me on Discord or something. I can have a listen. If you don't find it, no biggie. We also have Benjamin Talmadge. He was the head of the intelligence for the Continental Army during the Revolutionary War. The British, of course, would have called that an oxymoron. Talmadge was originally from New York, but moved to Connecticut before the revolution broke out. He served as lieutenant and then a major in the militia, before being asked by George Washington to lead the intelligence department. Talmadge used his contacts in New York to form the Culper Ring, a league of spies that observed and reported on the British actions in New York. It's possible his contacts also discovered Benedict Arnold's treachery, but that's disputed. After the war, Talmadge returned to Connecticut, where he became a merchant and politician. He was elected to the House of Representatives in 1801.
What you got for me? Ah, you brought me some good pieces. That's worth a letter to be sure. Here you go, Captain.
Nice. Got our first Peg-Leg quest unlocked. Those are like hands down one of my favorite missions in the game. Because I really like the Assassin Tombs and like AC2 and Brotherhood and Revelations. Yeah, it can be really difficult, Lizzie, for sure. However, some voice actors definitely have a very distinctive voice. Like, for example, when it comes to like Cesare, who did like, you know, lots of different characters in this series. I think if I would listen to a voice, knowing that I listen for this particular voice actor, I probably could tell you that's him in 9 out of 10 cases, given like how good or well I know the voice at this point. But with Shay it's more difficult because I don't know about any other role that he did, except for Shay, I guess. So yeah, with him it would be definitely trickier. But yeah, Chase is his voice actor, like, you know, he did so many different voices throughout the entire series, from like NPCs to like main villains and allies. He's just way too familiar at this point. But yeah, Chase voice actor, not so much. So we got a letter to Lucky Lem from William Kidd. I write you the script from the North Atlantic, having sailed here aboard my sloop, where the King's Limmies are hot on my trail. I trust the Adventure prize remains safe, but rest assured it is in the best of hands. Yours. I've always trusted you as one of my most loyal and faithful men, and that is why I now send you this scroll. It is of the utmost importance that you do not open it, as it could mean my life. Carry it with you always. Never give it to a soul, no matter the price offered. And believe whatever the costs might be, I will double it when I find you. I do not know where I will be free of these varlets, but they will not catch me. People very well maybe come looking for me at my scroll, so trust no one. Heed my warnings, Captain William Kidd. So he found some really important treasures that we are going to try to find ourselves. But first, let's have a look at the ship, because there's a couple upgrades you can get. We can get the wooden hull reinforcement. Additional wooden beams are added to critical points of the hull to better resist cannon fire. Increases the ship's endurance. Then we can buy the improved rudder. The rudder with a better profile and better transmission. This rudder will improve how the ship handles. Definitely important. Then I'm gonna get the extra cannon. I think I would go for the grape shot because it's really good to take on like smaller ships. Small metal bots bundled together and used as ammunition. When fired, they create a deadly cloud that tears everything to pieces. Mast, sails, and even the crew. They are most effective against smaller ships. Yeah, I like this one. Oh, now we're broke. Because full ship upgrades are expensive. This. But yeah, how about we start with the first Pegleg mission? Fort Walcott. Infiltrate Fort Walcott to recover Captain Kidd's treasure map. Let's do it.
Fort doesn't look as abandoned as it should. Looks occupied as can be.
I will need something to draw their attention then. Once you lose sight of me, wait for 10 minutes, then bombard the fort. I will slip out under cover of the shelling.
Aye, aye, sir. Sounds a trifle dangerous, but I'm sure you're up to it. I doubt they let convicted pirates like old Lucky Lem out of his cell much, so if his little scroll is anywhere, it's there.
You also picked up Dark Souls 2. Oh, very nice, Lizzie. I actually played through that game. It's been my only Dark Souls game I actually finished.
Present arms!
Oh, I've only played that one and half of Dark Souls 3.
Position 2!
But yeah, Dark Souls 2 was fun. Played it with a friend together, which made it a bit easier, which I was glad for, to be honest, since some of the boss fights can be a bit tricky.
I will have to circle around to avoid the courtyard.
Definitely good game.
It's probably a gull or a rat. It's the only intruders we get here anyway. Oh.
Where's his chest? Kind of like standing on it. Up there, apparently. Oh, I missed it. Yeah, we just got a lot of money out of this. Jesus, it was like over 10k, I think.
Who would ever attack this fort, I ask you? Nobody. No reason to. They sent us here because the captain did something wrong. Like what? Buggered if I know.
I wager he buggered something.
Come off it. And keep watch.
Yeah.
Also, have a kiss. Welcome, mate. And good morning to you. I hope things are going well for you. Ah, excellent, Kobe. Thank you for doing that. And maybe people on Discord could say their opinion as well. If I think it's share or not. And yeah, it's going really good, Cass. Thank you. Doing some solid progress with Connor today. Still on our quest to find Shard's Sleep, but we're getting there. We actually seen him earlier in the Continental Congress, but couldn't kill him, unfortunately. What was that? Okay. It was the weirdest ledge assassination
Charles Lee?
ever. Getting some housework done. Very nice. It's always good to take care of Kess.
Double time! We'll get a whip if we're late for the captain's address.
I'm hurrying. I'm hurrying.
Overhearing you lot complaining of his assignment. The fort is mean. Command is punishing the captain for what happened in Poland. I've had enough. We are here under orders, I need not remind you, to hold Fort Walcott against the rebels at all costs. And that is all that need concern you. You are not trained to comment on strategy, nor are you aware of rebel movements. So put a stop to it. The next man I hear questioning the validity of our post will receive 10 lashes and 7 days in the old dungeon without rations. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir! Check the dirt sheet for duties and details for the coming week. B Company will be in drills and without rum rations until they...
Man, the atmosphere in these hack-like missions is just something else. I love it.
That lurcher is out of his head. Who would do that to a man? That's...
Yeah, that lighting is so good.
Everything he got. We won't tolerate such behavior. Let that be a lesson to the rest of you.
He didn't mean anything by what he said.
You're getting stopped.
I just don't think it's right.
Where's the treasure? It's on there.
It lies under the eagle's bed.
Let's see what you got, rebel.
You're late, Captain.
Those occupying the fort were less than thrilled by my presence.
And?
And what?
The damn scroll, you muckworm. Was it there?
That it was, Mr. Faulkner.
There we go. It's our first Peg Leg mission. So basically we're looking for either a treasure of William Kidd, or we're looking for one part of a map that he has scattered around, you know, colonies and the Caribbean and all that. Alright, let's go ahead and start our first major naval mission. The Chase. Investigate disturbances off the coast of Martha's Vineyard.
It's good to be at sea again, but I don't much like that sky.
Even a pretty sunrise is a bad omen to you, Mr. Faulkner. Where are these raiders?
By guess and by God, an easterly course, toward the coast. Miss Mandy reports of some British boats gathering somewhere in these rocks, threatening the vineyard. British gunboat's after one of the Vineyard ships, Captain. We must protect her. Draw their fire, Captain. We need to keep the gunboats off until she reaches the Vineyard pier. What are you doing, Captain? That ship needs our help.
It's like I'm so fast that basically Faulkner's questioning me why I'm not doing anything.
Protect the civilian ship!
I think we're good. Maybe.
Mines, Captain! Mines, Captain! Destroy them or use them to our advantage. Either way, avoid the blasted things.
To our advantage, how?
Shoot the blooming things with our swivels when our targets get too close.
Aye, aye.
She should be safe now, but it's a hot chase. Get after them and end the threat on the Vineyard.
Time for Vape shot.
They veered north. Not there, but an abandoned fort.
Well, it is there, Faulkner.
And it's too close to the vineyard. Diamond Tide waits for no man. Take out her towers. Nice driving, Captain.
Indeed, Kobe. There we go. That's one down.
Don't hit us with you at the helm, sir! We need to dodge those boarders! Take clear of their splashdown!
And Little Ego, welcome dude. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome raiders and welcome to AC3. How's it going everybody? Hey there's Daniel, welcome to the stream.
That fort won't be troubling anybody no more. Bloody English have gone too far this time.
That is the problem. What reason would the English have to threaten Martha's Vineyard? It has no strategic value and its people remain peaceful. I fear an influence of a different kind saw to this.
Templars.
But what they intend, I do not know.
Your orders?
I need time to piece things together. We set a course for home.
Aye, aye.
Hey there, Little Ego. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. I hope you had a great stream today with Magic the Gathering. Did you play Arena? Also have a perfect spade. Welcome as well. How's it going everybody? Yeah, my name is Crocodiles. I'm a variety streamer, playing everything from like Assassin's Creed to arcade racing games to platformers. But AC is definitely my focus and my favorite game series, so you can see that a lot here. But yeah, we also do other streams sometimes. I'm doing music and beat making streams every now and then, and yeah, all kinds of fun stuff. But yeah, currently we're playing for AC3, doing an in-depth story run. So basically doing all the missions, all the database entries, and yeah, everything that kind of has story relevance really.
Got some more? Let's have a look then. More keepers. Good on ya. I'd say that's worth another letter.
Very nice. A letter for me. Alright, I would say let's go ahead and start the next naval mission. We have Sinking a Secret. Locate the Ortmoor to destroy its secrets. Also, thank you for triggering the commands, Kobe. So yeah, that's basically an in-depth explanation as to what we're doing for this playthrough. And with the series in general. Said Daniel, thank you for the follow and welcome again. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's been a while I actually played Magic the Gathering, but I used to play it physical and also played quite a bit of Arena like 2 years ago. Yeah, I should really check it out on Multiplayer Mondays again. I'm just focusing on Hearthstone a bit more recently. Rogue wins.
I make my own luck.
Yes. Yeah, kurz vor einer Shay Quote. It would be kind of funny to play Rogue with the hack Kobe. It makes Shay say like these Irish cliches and stuff. I wonder if you could play the entire game like that. You're not sure if it carries over to a new game. I guess what you have to do is get to a point of unlocking it, which with my completionist playthrough I definitely have, I think. And then like replay each mission individually with the progress tracker. I guess that's what you would have to do. It would be really funny to kind of like see the cutscenes with, you know, the alternative voice acting for Shay. Doesn't he also say like "we" every time he does like a leap of faith? With that like sheet activated? Yeah, that's basically what I meant with like, you know, having like alternative lines, I guess, rather than voice acting. Yeah, kind of like having different things that he says in addition to voice acting that he did. Okay, so we can buy some more barley. That's nice, because then we could craft some more spirit and ale. We can also buy honey, vegetables, and wheat. Then we can buy maple, oak lumber, spruce, and walnut. Oh, you did it, Cass? Very nice. That's good to take care of, isn't it? But yeah, that's a good relief getting that done. We can get gold, rock salt, and silver. And then we can craft some stuff. We can craft flints, glass bottles, nails. Then we can craft spirit. We can also make some tea. Very nice. We could make insect repellent. I think this actually sells quite well, to be honest. Could be wrong, but I think it does. Okay. Time to trade. Let's see how much we get for the insect repellent. Yeah, that's actually quite solid. Then we can sell some beaver pelts, as always. And let's also sell some spirits. Very nice. So that's taken care of. Oh yeah, tea. I've got some myself here. Made a can earlier on the break. I've got some green tea with Japanese cherry blossoms. So kind of some fancy stuff, but it tastes quite nice, so I like it. You can send me a small list of chase lines that you noted down when you try the sheet. Unless I want me to discover it myself. Yeah, I think I've seen some of it on YouTube, but definitely feel free to send it to me. I don't mind having spoilers in that regard. If it's like, you know, more like a funny Easter egg, I guess. But yeah, it's really nice tasting actually. I like it. But I'm also a big fan of green tea, so I drink it in all shapes and forms, I guess. But yeah, guys, I think that's all we're gonna do for today. I want to thank you all very much for coming by and joining for another AC day with AC3. Sorry to Little Ego and the raiding party for not streaming that much longer than, you know, you guys rated, but it is what it is sometimes. I definitely appreciate the raid though, and you bringing your community over. And yeah, let's go ahead and quit here. And then that shall be it for today. Cheers, Daniel. You have a good one. Thank you for dropping by and also for following. Also want to say thanks to Don for the bits earlier. And we also had a resub. I think it was Infinity resubbing. I can't access my event list currently, unfortunately. It's kind of like bugged in my OBS. But yeah, thanks again also Infinity for resub. Ah, look at this. It seems like Levy is actually playing The Life and Suffering of Sir Brand. Ah, cheers, Kobe. Thank you. So I think we're gonna go say hi to Levy, given that I can't really raid her that often. But yeah, Levy's a really cool streamer. She's playing lots of like point-and-click adventure games, but it's also a huge supporter of the stream. So yeah, we're gonna spread the love and say hi to her. If you guys wanna check out the streamers of the community, we have a lovely community. Also wanna give a shout out here to Kaz as well, since he's not part of the command, unfortunately. It's a bit limited with the characters I can put in there, otherwise it would be like double or 3 times as long. But yeah, dude, very much appreciate you as well. Thank you for coming by. But Boris, dude, I hope you have a good day. And yeah, I should see you guys over at Levy's. Take care, and until next time.